Hi, everyone. Wow, everyone came right to order here in the room. We're going to get things started. Sorry, we're a few minutes late. Thank you very much to everyone who's joining us here in the room. We have a packed house. We have many people joining us online and lots more planning to come in throughout the day. So I'm really delighted at the interest in today's event. We're here and I'm here to welcome you to Sovereignty, Identity, Crisis, Self, State, and Collective in a Digital Age, which is brought to you today jointly by the Temple Law Review and the Temple Institute for Law, Innovation, and Technology. My name is Laura Bingham, and I'm the Executive Director of the Institute, which we call iLIT here, which we officially launched this year. This is a symposium, and it's a joint event, but it's also an inaugural event for iLIT, and it's designed as a reflection of the main values at the center of the Institute's development. It also has a personal significance to me based on my career as an advocate and a lawyer, which I'll share a little bit more about in a moment. iLIT was founded on two basic value propositions. The first is equality and the urgent need to work to address disparities of access, understanding, and perception, and at the root, disparities of power when it comes to the future of innovation. The second value is bridge building. Being housed at a large academic research engine, we are responding with openness and curiosity to the plain fact that none of the questions about technology and society, including the ones that we'll be exploring here today, can be answered through a single way of thinking, an isolated background, or a particular field of training. Our program today bears the hallmarks of these values. We've worked really hard to bring together a group of creative thinkers from a great range of different academic, professional, and personal backgrounds. And we're asking all of them and all the participants today to weigh in on first principles of international order, peace and justice, and rights and freedom. Each of these spheres of action faces transformational questions that are posed about the nature of authority, power, and order as a result of technological developments. Many, including myself, argue that these questions remain fundamentally unanswered, even as we sit here today. This is not the first time that the status or the meaning of sovereignty and sovereign power in the age of the internet, or even in the face of globalization, has been debated, far from it. But I believe that we need more serious and systematic consideration of these very questions across more forums. First and foremost today, we are modeling a new way of holding that discussion, in which we're attempting to wrestle people away from familiar thought pathways by holding the same conversation across different dimensions that are not typically explored together. Our speakers are diplomats, migration scholars, digital rights activists, data and behavioral scientists, and more. They carry expertise from different regions of the world and different national contexts, and their work speaks to a vast array of competing priorities. We're not here to push one particular question forward to a resolution, but rather we're here to highlight some of the fictions that each and every one of us tells ourselves in order to find clarity in our work day to day. Most ambitiously and importantly, we're here to identify where those fictions might be doing harm or might warrant a second look. Before going any further, I want to say a whole bunch of thank yous for everyone who was involved in making today possible. At the law school, our facilities and events team, our legal assistants, the communications and IT departments, all of the staff involved in organizing today's event. The Temple Law Review staff, and in particular, the symposium editors, Amanda Wagner and Colin Meehan, who have worked tirelessly to make today happen and are continuing to do so as we speak. Thank you. Thank you to the iLIT student fellows, Sandra Dillon, Megan Palmer, Abigail LeBeau, Ed DeLuca, and Taylor Sargent. all of whom will be here throughout the day. Thank you so much. You've been instrumental in organizing the promotion and the program for today. So a big hand to them as well. A very special thank you to Dean Rich Brochet from the law school, who will be joining us later. Thank you so much for all of your support over the course of this year as we developed and launched iLIT. I also want to extend a very special thank you to the Temple University Provost Gregory Mandel, to Professor Duncan Hollis at the law school and Professor Salil Mehra at the law school, without whose vision iLIT simply would not exist. So thank you very much for allowing me to be here and for creating iLIT. Big hand for them, please. And finally, I just want to thank all the speakers today, many of whom traveled really great distances to be here during a very busy season and when travel is especially challenging and difficult and taxing. So we're just really grateful to everyone who's joining us in person and to the online speakers who are devoting their time to make today's event so special. I have a few words that I want to share about the theme of sovereignty before I turn things over to our keynote speaker, Nanjala Gibula. Immediately prior to joining Temple University, I spent more than a decade in international human rights litigation and advocacy. And a major focus of my work was on statelessness and the right to a nationality. Statelessness is the situation of having no nationality at all, being unclaimed by any nation state, and consequently having no particular guarantor for the protection of human rights. Millions and millions of people today live in the condition of statelessness, and at least 3/4 of them belong to racial, ethnic, and national minority communities where they live. The paradox in this field of statelessness is that it is a state's sovereign power to grant nationality, to deny it, and to take it away. But sovereign states are also the ultimate authority for the protection of human rights, including the right to a nationality in the first place. Because there's no enforcer and the stakes are so high of being locked out of the political community in this way, statelessness is a zone of weaponized sovereignty, exclusion, exceptional status, dehumanization, and subordination. And the experience is often described by stateless people and those whose nationality is unrecognized as a situation of extreme vulnerability and ultimate dependency on the simple goodwill of others around them for survival and protection. I've had the privilege and continue to have the privilege of working with stateless and at-risk communities and individuals, grassroots organizations, governments, UN agencies, and more to try and make the international system that we have close this loophole and unravel that paradox. And in doing this work, the ever-present centrality and force of state discretion, sovereign discretion, overshadows how one understands the status protector of rights and the concept of sovereignty as upholding a liberal world order. In short, what I'm trying to say is that our work in the world really shapes the meaning of sovereignty, and that there's a spectrum of different situationally informed definitions, and that produces tensions and misunderstandings. Upon entering a new dimension here, and role at iLIT, I started listening and learning about other sovereignty stories with other protagonists. A commonality in the slipperiness and the situational character of this idea and the stakes that it attracts. This mercurial quality of sovereignty is on acute display now in the context of global pandemic, territorial conquest, and upheaval in the technological pursuit of decentralized power and new transnational organizing structures. Part of our aspiration today is to drive home that sense of the weight of decisions that we make when we tell ourselves a story about who holds power and authority and why. Most of all, the design of today's event is in the spirit of harmonization in the way that we use it in international law, which is a way to overcome fragmentation where different norms bear on a single issue. I will move on now, just quickly to talk about a little bit about the program and the logistics for today, and then I'll be introducing Nanjala. You can find all of the speaker bios and all the program information online on iLIT's website. And for those joining us in person, we have QR codes displayed throughout the room that will take you right there. We'll also be posting updates on social media with the hashtag Sovereign Identity Crisis. I'll be introducing Nanjala in just a moment. Nanjala is celebrated everywhere she goes in her capacity to relate the impact of technology to wide public audiences, translating across linguistic, cultural, and political divides. I can't think of anyone more qualified to set the table for the remainder of today's discussion. Following her remarks, we'll begin the first panel, which is focused on the idea of a sovereign state from an international and geopolitical perspective. And that discussion will be moderated by our own Temple Law faculty member, Professor Fania Rewa. Following the first panel, we'll take a short break and then we'll move to our lunch break. We were meant to have a keynote, a virtual keynote today by Professor Itendai Achiume, the Special Rapporteur on Contemporary Forms of Racism. Unfortunately, she is unwell today, so she won't be able to be delivering those remarks. But she will be recording her remarks and we'll be able to share that to everyone who registered and on our website. So you won't miss out, but unfortunately she won't be able to join us, which means we'll have a longer break and a longer lunch and a little bit more buffer time. So that's great. And after lunch, we'll be moving to at around 1 p.m. to the 2 afternoon panels exploring communities and collectives in relation to sovereign power and the sovereign individual. At 3:30, we'll be joined online by member of European Parliament and former foreign minister from Estonia, Marina Kalirand, to provide concluding reflections. And finally, Dean Rachel Roberget will be here to close the meeting. We'll head into a reception around 4 p.m. For those of you who are joining us online, please make active use of the Q&A function during all of the interactive components of today's program. We'll be monitoring that and we'll be integrating all of your questions into the discussions. Now, I'd like to turn things over to Nanjala Nyabola. She is a writer, a political analyst, and an activist based in Nairobi, Kenya. Nanjala writes extensively about African society and politics, technology, international law, and feminism, and more from academic and non-academic perspectives. Her first book, Digital Democracy, Analog Politics, How the Internet Era is Transforming Politics in Kenya, is an electrifying and prescient account of the impact of digital technologies on political culture, and a must-read for understanding how these dynamics have played out in Kenya in the first 2 decades of this century. More than that, Nanjala's groundbreaking book reframes digital democracy from the African perspective, opening up new ways of understanding the current global online era. A personal favorite of mine from among Nanjala's many projects, and what I think is a hallmark of her leadership in the field, is her Kiswahili Digital Rights Project, which established a lexicon of key terms in digital rights and technology in Kiswahili. Kiswahili is a language that's spoken by as many as 200 million people and a native language to 20 million or more. Accessibility and the definition of key terms and influence go hand in hand. And the translation project makes a critical practical contribution towards leveling the balance of linguistic power in technology and innovation. And I will let Nanjala continue along those lines. Please join me in welcoming her to the podium. Thank you so much for being here. Morning. Good morning. Good morning. Where I come from is very important. When I see good morning, you have to say good morning back. Acknowledging your spirits and you acknowledge mine. Good morning. Good morning. Habari za asubuhi. Kwa majina kamili mimi naitwa Nanjala Nyabola. Kama ulivyosikia mimi ni mwandishi, mtafiti, mwanaharakati na mambo mengi zaidi. Nategemea na siku ya wiki au pia wakati wa saa. Sana sana ninajulikana kwa ajili ya uandishi wangu kuhusu siasa na jamii, lakini mimi pia hufanya kazi nyingine
ambazo hazina maarufu kama hizi, lakini ni muhimu pia. Kwa ufupi, ninaweza sema kwamba mimi hutumia riwaya au hadithi kujaribu kueleza matatizo au mambo yanayokumba siasa na jamii. Na nipo hapa mbele yenu leo kama mtafiti anayefanya kazi inayounganisha teknolojia, jamii na siasa, na nitazungumzia suala la nchi kujisimamia au uwezo wa nchi. Na ninatumaini kwamba tutajadiliana vyema kuhusu suala la kuondoa mbinu za kikoloni mtandaoni. Pretty tricky, huh? When you hear someone saying so many words in a language that you don't understand, like a stream of unconnected sounds that you can't really latch onto and gain context. But I put it to you that this is how the vast majority of people in the world experience the internet. We experience it in translation and in abstraction. As a person who grew up with the scars of colonization still very much present in my own family and myself, I am deeply interested in the question of decolonization and something that is directly related to the themes of this conference. To be colonized, after all, is to lose sovereignty over your nation, over your people, to another power. To colonize is to impose one's sovereignty over another. So my hope is that in this talk, I will be introducing a decolonial framework to the question that we are asking about sovereignty and about what it means for a state to have it, to lose it, to try and define it in a way that isn't predicated on harm. I have to begin my talk by telling you that I'm not 100%. I'm battling some illness. So if I, disappear at some point, so you say if I lose my joie de vivre, I guess, at some point during the talk, it's illness. So please bear with me with that. Before we begin properly, I would like to set the stage for my remarks a little bit. One of my favorite Kenyan academics, Professor Michelle Ngugo, is an expert in origin and culture. Whenever I watch her speak, I've learned the value of bringing as much of my whole self into these conversations, regardless of who I'm speaking to. So before I begin properly, I want to preface my remarks with an invitation and a request. Invitation is for all of us to take a moment now to breathe in, breathe out, breathe in, and out again. Look, I have a law degree. I know what it is to sit in these professional conferences predisposed to receive information in a certain way, and we're barreling towards a certain end. But because I never took the bar, I'm not technically a lawyer. So I get to break rules. And I get to take you up the beaten path towards the wildernesses of knowledge creation and dissemination. So breathe in and out. Empty your mind of expectation and remain open to receiving what I have to offer you, even if it triggers a measure of discomfort and uncertainty in you. And now the request. As much as I enjoy the lecture format, I'm going to reach out to you as an audience periodically to make sure that we are on the same page, using a very well-known device in oral culture, the call and response. That means that every so often, I'm going to invite you with a tuko pamoja, which is Kiswahili for "Are we together?" And you can respond with dio, right? Dio. Or eh. That's actually how we say yes in Kiswahili. Or you can also say hapana, which means no. But if you do say hapana, let's catch up after the talk. Let's not have it during the talk. I will respond with a sawa, which means okay. Tuko pamoja. Dio. Sawa. The bulk of what I'm sharing with you today is taken from 2 strands of research that I've been pursuing in the last 3 years. In a way, everything I do academically is connected to a single sequence of events: the 2007-2008 post-election violence in Kenya. One is a strand of research on decolonization and the internet, and trying to interrogate the implicit and overt power structures that shape the way we experience the internet. It's rooted in my own experience of and research on Kenyans using the internet to map out and to respond to the violence that took hold of our country. In theory, this culminated in my first book, Digital Democracy, Analog Politics, as you heard. In practice, that book was only the beginning of that journey, and I'm still very much trying to make the case that to truly decolonize the internet, we have to begin with a completely different frame of reference, and we have to start with a different central reference object. So the question that I'm always asking is, how do women experience the internet and the digital age? How do African women especially experience the digital age? How do refugees experience the digital age? Who do we assume is using the technology that we built is a core guiding question in my own research and advocacy. The second strand of research has to do with refugees and migration. My interest in displacement studies is also rooted in something very simple, volunteering with people who were displaced during that post-action violence, and seeing firsthand what it means to one day have everything, and to the next to have nothing at all. I think those of us who are settled in our lives often take it for granted, often take what it means to be for granted. We assume that you will always have your paperwork with you. You always have your family photographs with you. You will always have some sense of place and belonging with you. But those of us who have worked with displaced people know that this is entirely not the case. This particular experience sets up a chain of events that includes a visit to Palermo in southern Italy to witness the arrival of a rescue ship with over 200 people on board who had crossed the Sahara Desert in search of safety and opportunity. It includes a masterpiece on how, even though many legal scholars recognize that performance is a big part of what lawyers do, we are always on stage, we are always acting, we still penalize people who are unable to perform vulnerability to the ridiculously high threshold that we create at the border because of an underlying desire to exclude before we include. Both of these strands of research coexist in my mind, in addition to other work that goes from them. And I find myself constantly looking over the fence to see what the folks on the other side are working on, to see how it can illuminate some of the questions that I have, what we and we have. So no, I'm not a fan of specialization. Life is too short. Pursue curiosity. To go from with it. Please, come on. So these strands are partly what led me to the question of technology at the border, which of course is rooted in the question of the symposium today. What does the status of the contemporary order reveal about the concept of sovereignty in the digital age? It's a big question. I can't claim to have all the answers to that question here today. But what I hope is that in sharing with you some of the issues that have come up in my own work and in the work of others, we can at least start the process of asking better questions about what the shifting sands of border politics reveal about the world we share. Point of academia, I don't think, is the solitary, or I don't think the point of academia is the solitary explorer in search of the eureka moment. I think the point of academia is collaborative work in community, so that we are all reaching for a shared better future. We want to make sure that we are asking better questions, so that even if we don't immediately get the answers, we are at least oriented together towards a path that might lead us there. Yeah. So let's get down to the fundamentals. Let's break down the question to the simplest parts. The idea of sovereignty is embedded in the entire construct of law, and indeed in the idea of the state. I like to go back to the basics, Hobbes, Rousseau, Locke, a great deal to understand statehood and personhood. The formulation is that we all choose to cede some of our rights to an entity that is then empowered to govern, to order our relationships with each other and with that entity itself. And we do this because we believe that we are fundamentally better off within an organized system or structure than we are outside it. The basics of the social contract. Outside that system, we are prone to crudely colliding with each other in various ways, but within it, we create a form of predictability that makes it possible for us to pursue second-level aspirations or projects. So the sovereign in this formulation is the entity to which people confer part of their individual rights in order to ensure the greater good, the social contract. Now, this sovereignty can vary various forms in different societies, monarchs, presidents, political bureaus, legislatures, etc. But most of these are still rooted in the idea that sovereignty is inherently a characteristic of the state. I think that it's a mistake to get too caught up in the identity of the sovereign. I think we can get so distracted in trying to unpack the characteristics of the institution that we believe should be sovereign, that we lose sight of the formulations that are. We see this a lot in the way so much of our political analysis is invested in the idea of presidential elections, the detriment of subnational activity. I think it can be more generative to pay attention to the action or the impact of sovereign power on public life, particularly in this age of flux and transformation. We cannot simply discern who the sovereign is in a society by their identity or by their functions. Who or what has the power to order social, political, and economic relations? Where does that power reside? That is the sovereign. How is it mobilized for action? In what realms is it made evident? That is sovereignty. And sovereignty is the fundamental character of the sovereign that gives them the authority to order the social, political, economic relationships within that political unit. Sovereignty is a characteristic and a projection of power. There are multiple theories that reach for this process of finding where sovereign power is exercised. I've already mentioned the pillars of Western political thought, Hobbes' law, so reminding us about the state of nature and the state of man under the social contract. But other parts of the world have different entry points of reaching the same conclusion that vests authority in that state, in that institution. In Islamic political thought, the Medina Charter of 622 confers the authority of the leader to a person, or the person who takes up the mantle of sovereignty flows from their obligation upon them to be morally perfect. You have to be good to be able to claim to be the sovereign. Sovereignty is a function of moral clarity. This has similarity to the Confucian mandate of heaven, which also argues that a ruler has an obligation to work toward the material well-being of the people over whom sovereignty is exercised. Overall, these various philosophical entry points, and there are many more, generally result in a similar formulation, where sovereignty is the supreme authority of the state, vested in the leader of the state. It is made available to this leader by consent, but can be withdrawn once the leader in question acts in ways that are against the material and communal benefit of those who are governed. So in our modern age, our notions of sovereignty and where sovereign power rests are constantly being challenged and reformulated because of the way in which so many things around us are shifting. That, I think, is the provocation I've been invited to leave you with today. How have these broader transformations triggered by the digital age shifted ideas of what it means to have sovereignty? That means don't fall asleep. To answer this, I've been going back to the idea of the state. I think one of the great tragedies of the ongoing assault on the humanities around the world is that so many people are uncritically deploying philosophical concepts without sitting in the discomfort of what they imply. I confess I'm also guilty of this from time to time. Sometimes it's just easier to assume consensus on core philosophy than to go down the rabbit holes that might yield uncomfortable outcomes. But I want to take a moment to trouble one core concept here, which is the idea of the state. People who work in the humanities will look at this and say, duh. But I think for lawyers, it's crucial to put this on the table. The idea of the state is not settled. Is government synonymous with the state? Is the state an entity or an institution? Where is the state? These are actually very, very much unsettled questions. I like Bourdieu's formulation, Pierre Bourdieu, the French sociologist, because he argues that the state is not so much an institution, but a network of relationships. And these relationships are constantly in flux in relation to each other. Different types of power and capital interact with each other to produce specific outcomes. So the state isn't just an institution. It's also the cultures that characterize the institution. The state produces and is the product of the relationships between these various institutions within a geographical entity. I think thinking about the state in this way allows us to expand our idea of our perception of where state action happens. We therefore can no longer take it for granted that statehood is solely the province of the national government. In international relations, for example, the rise of regional institutions has challenged the idea that sovereign power rests solely within a national government. Nowhere is this more evident than in Europe, where the border politics of the European Union have produced a new kind of sovereignty that cannot be solely defined by national borders. Frontex, the European Border Agency, has developed its own politics and perspective on the border that is techno-solutionist, and seemingly unresponsive to national political agendas. When Frontex develops rules on the use of artificial intelligence in border control that are far beyond the scope of national practices of the countries that make up the EU, it is ordering social, political, and economic relationships. When Frontex decides that African migrant labor cannot cross into Italy to provide seasonal labor for its citrus farm, it is making a policy that is distinct from how the Italian government, the Sicilian government, would order its social, political, and economic relationships. It is deciding who belongs and who doesn't belong, who can work, who cannot work. And this is an act of sovereignty on behalf of the European Union and not individual European states. Ruben Zayotti, who is a scholar of European border politics, offers up the term border cultures. And this defines how these relationships and power dynamics between various entities in Europe create a new dynamic of sovereignty at the European border. European border cultures are not solely the product of national politics, but of the power dynamics between different states. You heard of this little thing called Brexit. Different political parties and the allegiances that they form between them, and even the counter politics and the countercultures that resist these formulations. So to understand the nature of sovereignty in the digital age, I think it's insufficient to remain solely focused on the state and what the state is doing. I think we have to expand our understanding of where power relationships that we normally attribute to states can be found or found. To be sovereign in this analysis is for the relationships that govern the social, political, and economic sphere of a specific society to operate independently of the influence and direction of entities that lie outside the matrices of relationships within that society. Or to be sovereign is to have the ability to pursue state functions, perhaps for the greater good, under the mandate of a social contract, I think preferably for the greater good, without interference of influence from external actors. Cukup apa?
Yeah.
Cukup apa?
Yeah.
Jangan mikir. That means line up. At this point, the logical question is, what has the digital age changed about our ideas of what it means to be sovereign? Has the rise of the digital age fueled a sort of crisis of sovereignty that needs to be addressed? I would argue yes. Even though the crisis itself might be rooted in earlier periods of history in different aspects of society, the digital age has arguably intensified it and made it more urgent. The internet is, after all, an intensifier. Whatever momentum it finds in the society in question, it compounds. If the momentum was towards exclusion, it will intensify it. If the momentum was towards crisis and a sort of undoing, then the internet accelerates this momentum. I think it's important to say this. The tendencies to reach for newness and novelty in the content of what the digital age is doing, when in fact so much of what we're witnessing has precedent, is really intense. So, what is the nature of the crisis? I think I'm only going to focus on one thing. Initially, I had this big plan where I was going to do 3 things, but I'm going to do just one. The other 2 are going to be identity and citizenship, but I'm just going to talk about the border. Because I think the broader crisis of sovereignty and state practice really comes to bear when we look at what's happening at the border globally. The border, I think, illuminates so much of where the crisis of modern statehood lies, how technology compounds it, and some of the work that must be done to address the crisis that awaits us. The border is not a physical thing. It's not a line in the sand. The border represents a fragile consensus on the underlying political issues that characterize a specific society. In pre-modern times, boundaries between communities were fluid and depended on the state of the relationship between communities that saw themselves as distinct. They often roughly corresponded to geographical features like rivers and hills, but could easily be changed by incursion and migration. One of my favorite border facts is the fact that Italy didn't have settled borders until the 20th century. In Europe, the Treaty of Westphalia of 1648 is often cited as the moment in which many European borders were settled, and is often cited as the birthplace of the modern state. It's given as the best example of why borders are positive political development in the long history of territorial conflict on the continent. But borders are a political construct, and their permanence remains questioned in much of the world. Indeed, I would argue that there are many more borders that are contested than those that are settled. Even in Europe, many borders remain unsettled. Beyond the ongoing Russian war in Ukraine, there is the question of Northern Ireland, and how will that be affected by Brexit? Cyprus remains very much in flux, despite the fragile peace between the Turkish and Greek portions of the island. And many, many colonial borders of European nations in faraway territories. The Chagos Islands off the coast of Africa, French Guiana, Guam, American Samoa, many more, remain the subject of critique and challenge. Borders are not always as permanent as the people who hold sovereign power over the state would like us to believe. And the modern border doesn't only stay at the frontier. It's not just the physical place where you get your passport stamped. Instead, the modern border follows you around as obstacles to obtaining public services or even accessing public buildings in certain countries. The border is asking for citizenship before receiving a COVID vaccine. The border is the precarity of citizenship and employment. The border is routinized violence or xenophobia in societies where the wrong accent at the wrong place can result in arbitrary death and detention. As someone who is often a foreigner in many parts of the world, I can tell you, it often feels like countries are going out of their way to make sure that the border remains a millstone around the neck of foreigners. Technology is a big part of what makes this millstone possible. Today, passports are not simply documents that are stamped at the border, they are data that is generated and disseminated through various institutions within the national and indeed international territory. Consider how the attendance records of international students in the United States, in the United Kingdom, are not only held by their departments, but are also routinely reported to the Foreign Office. A reminder that the status of international student is not only a function of studying, but also the threat of immediate expulsion from the country that follows one into the classroom. A border is not just a place, it's an idea. It's a concept rooted in the notion of belonging. A border is the place where the state projects its power primarily by defining who does not belong. Yeah. There are many states that would like us to believe that the crisis of the border, if there is one, is that there are massive numbers of people from the global south fearing to move into the global north and misuse whatever resources are available in the countries in question. The data suggests that this is simply not true. According to the International Organization for Migration, between 1970 and 2020, the total number of migrants grew from 2.3% of the world's population to 3.6%. So yes, small increase. Some governments have interpreted this data to mean that there's a migrant crisis underway, resulting in the need for elaborate policing and control. This reaction is rooted in a fallacy about what these numbers mean. While there are in fact more people on the move than there have been in history, there are also more people in the world than there have been in history. We hit the magic 8 billion number earlier this week. We are told that on the whole, human beings are more prosperous today in terms of every single available metric of health, of opportunity, well-being, etc., than they have been in history. We're living longer, our children are living past the age of 5, there's clean water, etc. But even if we go down the street in Philadelphia, we'll see that this prosperity is nowhere near being fairly distributed. So the biggest challenge when it comes to resources in the modern world is not availability, it is inequality. Of course, every displaced person represents a form of crisis, but as a percentage of the global population, the number of migrants has remained steady. Significantly, the global share of migrants moving outside their region of origin remains especially low. In the 2020 African Migration Report, which I co-edited, we tried to capture some of the tensions that arise from uncritically accepting the proposition that any crisis in border management, that the crisis in border management arises from an absolute increase in the number of migrants. What has changed is not the relative number of people on the move, but the willingness to prevent the events or factors that cause population movements and to provide for those who are on the move. This is a simple fact. The vast majority of people who are displaced do not leave their country of origin. They do not cross an international border. There are 25 million migrants in Africa. The vast majority who change their country of origin in Africa remain in the region, but even more remain in their home country. Now, some policymakers argue that climate change will lead to an unprecedented influx, particularly to the global north. But again, this reflects an anxiety to frame collective challenges in a specific way in order to mobilize resources to address them, the securitization of the climate threat. It is certainly true that climate change is triggering unprecedented displacement. But remember, consider the state of the climate in Europe and North America this last summer. This is not a regionalized threat. This is going to affect all of us. Displacement caused by climate will include displacement caused by forest fires, by drought, by widespread flooding in the global north as well. So it's not enough of a basis to argue for heightened securitization against specific populations. Yet, imprecision in the policy response to mobility is leading to dangerous and misguided policies, like the decision of the United Kingdom's Home Office to implement offshore refugee processing in Rwanda. The UK government argues that doing so would end people smuggling, quote unquote, in the United Kingdom. On average, it's about 40 people a day, 40 people a week who are arriving on the boats. However, instead of addressing the perceived crisis of refugees, the UK government's heavy-handedness has created a new crisis: unconscionable backlogs in refugee and asylum processing, inhumane conditions at detention centers, and a notable uptick in racist rhetoric in government policy, including the Home Secretary herself casually referring to refugees as invaders. It's worth restating that with the exception of Germany, which has 1.2 million refugees and has pursued a more welcoming approach than other European countries, none of the world's largest refugee populations are in Europe. Only Turkey in the global north. And in 2002, Turkey has been hosting the largest refugee population at 3.7 million people, followed by Colombia, and then Uganda, and then Pakistan, at fewer than half the number each. Moreover, proportionately few refugees use clandestine routes to access wealthy countries. Yet this anxiety drives much of Europe's migration management policy. Clandestine routes are being used because accessible routes to asylum are disappearing. So the fact that countries embrace this rhetoric and build a politics around it, I think to me hints that the crisis of sovereignty lies elsewhere. This alarmist interpretation of migration data is being used as a pretext for unnecessarily harsh crackdowns on refugees and migrants in certain regions of the world, precisely because the governments of these countries are failing to address significant domestic challenges. Governments, anxious to appear strong in the face of complex social issues and growing convergence around economic policy especially, seek to distinguish themselves from each other by politicizing migration. It is an opportunity to show themselves strong and therefore sovereign. We see policy convergence in many Western nations in the fact that even nominally progressive parties around the world are starting to parrot right-wing extremist talking points about migration. For instance, the rise of right-wing nationalism in Europe has led even the nominally socially democratic parties like the Labour Party in the United Kingdom, Italy's centre-left Democratic Party, to embrace anti-immigration platforms to secure parliamentary majorities. While the Democratic Party in the United States promised to rescind many of the extremist policies of the Trump administration, several of the harsh border management structures put in place by that administration remain in place, including Title 42 removals, which allow Customs and Border Protection officials to extradite, quote, anyone arriving from a country where a communicable disease was present. Sounds weird. How does that connect? Well, this is the regulation that is used to return asylum seekers and refugees transiting from countries in Central America and in the Caribbean, including Haiti. Criminalization of migration is in fact a symptom of heightened nationalism and growing xenophobia. And the most vulnerable migrants in need of the greatest need of protection are often the easiest targets because they are the most visible. It is a symptom of a lack of imagination when it comes to responding to the global situation of human mobility. Refugees are often the first targets of a state working through its crisis of sovereignty, quite simply because they are there. Adding technology only deepens the policy confusion. The support for deploying technology to manage migration is rooted in the idea that irregular migration is a threat to the political and social stability of the receiving countries. Now, this is an unsubtle approach that essentially criminalizes all forms of migration, especially those that do not meet the threshold of a model migrant, one who is completely financially independent in comparison to one who has lost everything, one who arrives ready to contribute to the incoming society immediately, as opposed to one who has suffered a debilitating trauma. The intensified use of technologies of surveillance and control at the border must be understood in the context of governments that are increasingly willing to implement national policies on refugees and migrants that will be acceptable when applied to other groups. Again, in Europe, Denmark, nominally liberal administration, has passed laws confiscating assets from arriving refugees, forcing refugees to return to countries that are still in conflict. And yet, Denmark only received 489 refugees in 2020. In total, the country holds 36,023 refugees, down from a peak of 73,690. In contrast, Lebanon hosts 854,590 refugees. And these are just the ones who are registered with UNHCR. There are many more who are not. Indeed, there are so many refugees in Lebanon that they have altered the demographics of the country. Denmark has returned Syrian refugees to active conflict zones and forcibly separated families that have led some of the most intense conflicts of the 21st century. In many cases, the technology used to manage migration is carceral technology, or technology based on the logics of jails and prisons. It is designed to control the mobility and rights of migrants. Today, almost all border systems around the world are dependent on technology to manage human mobility. The American Civil Liberties Union reports that the US Border Agency uses, amongst other things, a data collection mechanism known as the Automated Tracking System, ATS, that assigns travelers a computer-generated risk assessment score that is stored for 40 years and is secret and is unreviewable. the governments, including those that can barely manage to feed their school children, are increasingly spending vast amounts of money at the border to create an illusion of sovereign strength. We are literally using refugee and migrant bodies to make a point about state sovereignty. And this is having a counterintuitive effect. In his discourse on colonialism, Martinican scholar of decolonization Aimé Césaire rails against the myths of exceptionalism that tolerate and indeed encourage racist cruelty and violence. Césaire notes that an appetite for cruelty against the other inevitably increases the appetite for cruelty within the society. It's only a matter of time before the cruelty that is exacted domestically, devouring society from within. I think Césaire's warnings foreshadow the impact that border cultures are having on domestic politics in Western countries. Domestic tolerance for cruelty practiced overseas increasingly creates room for extremist politics at home. I'll say that again, domestic tolerance for cruelty practiced overseas is increasing room for extremist politics at home. Indeed, a high tolerance for border deaths in Europe corresponds to the growing space for far-right extremism in wealthy countries. Researchers found that these right-wing groups do not necessarily want to capture the state. They only want to normalize and mainstream the rhetoric of cultural exclusion. So in France, the Front National, now called the Rassemblement National, the National Rally, found greater support in the mainstream once it shifted its main political rhetoric from anti-Semitism to anti-immigration. And after this pivot, the party has reached the runoff stages, i.e. was one of the two best performing political parties in 3 successive national elections. The same analysis reveals similar results in Australia, in the United States, in the United Kingdom, in Canada, and in many other countries where even nominally liberal political parties are increasingly espousing right-wing rhetoric about immigration. And the thread between this rhetoric and a deeper crisis of the state, whether it's the summer of many prime ministers in the United Kingdom, or the January 6th attempted coup in the United States, the roads almost always point to a deeper crisis of the state. Yeah. So, we're living through a deeper political crisis of statehood, where after the normalization of ethno-nationalist politics, the border becomes a vector for the state to project its ideas of identity, security, and control in a space where it is least likely to be challenged. Refugees and migrants do not have the full rights of citizenship. They are vulnerable to opaque policymaking and drawn-out political decision-making, as well as inhumane policy, while experiencing the cruelest fate of the state. Deploying technology to manage migration, particularly where the technology is still contested for ethical and welfare reasons, or where the technology has been prohibited for use in domestic constituency, underscored that refugees and migrants are at the risk of very specific digital rights violations. The border becomes a key site for defining the state and witnessing the nature of the power relationships that make up this institution or this entity. This is one of the places where the nature of sovereignty is defined. It is where a state tells us and practices what it stands for. I go back to this concept of border cultures. Darioti uses this to say that border cultures are a collection of practices or the congealed manifestation, that is his word, of ideas that shape up the relationships that make up the state. When we look at how a state behaves at the border, we can tell a lot about the centers of power within that society, as well as the social and political culture of that state. The government is who they are at the border. Society is who they are at the border. The Maastricht Treaty, this is a European case. The Maastricht Treaty of 1992 created the pathway for European integration and went beyond previous agreements on the economic union towards a political union that would enhance cooperation and provide common defense and allow for significant participation for citizens. Research showed that one of the unintended consequences of these treaties is transforming the political concerns of Europeans, economic and material, to cultural. Europe shares a common external border, but its internal border politics are still heavily shaped by domestic concerns. The EU's border culture is therefore a product of both domestic and regional decision-making. Contemporary border culture in the EU is increasingly rooted in the practices of exclusion, including racism, and this manifests in increasingly violent political responses to all forms of migration. You might have heard of the phrase "Fortress Europe." It's interesting that this idea is embraced by policymakers in Europe, even while internal borders are amongst the most porous in the world. I keep coming back to the Mediterranean Sea because the chapter I read about this in my book, Traveling While Black, I call it the sea that eats our children. The Mediterranean Sea has been a focal point for some of these policies, where crossing is heavily policed and individuals are routinely allowed to die for deterrence effect. Land borders in countries like Poland, Lithuania, and Hungary have emerged from another frontier. Depths of European borders are not only normalized, but they're explained away by governments as geopolitical inconveniences rather than deeper moral policy failures, even while the number of deaths increases. Thus, the IOM called the Mediterranean Sea the world's deadliest border, because 33,761 people have died attempting to cross it, comprising of 40% of all of the border deaths in the world. The same analysis can be applied to the US-Mexico border, offshore processing crisis in Australia, and many more cases around the world. Overall, attempting to resolve the crisis of state sovereignty at the border on the bodies of refugees and migrants is leading to unspeakable cruelty and death. This is who these countries are today. We are literally letting people die in order to make a point about sovereignty that isn't necessarily even valid. Yeah. The bad news is that these border cultures and rhetorics travel painfully well. In an upcoming paper on the subject, I go into detail about the downstream impact of these policies in countries like Uganda and Afghanistan, which are dependent on wealthy countries to fund their governments and therefore shape their border politics. Researchers who are dependent in these countries, who are dependent on the funding provided by the countries of the global north, often ratify and domesticate these rhetorics because there's very little room to criticize them. It makes the crisis of sovereignty as manifested on the border a transnational challenge, requiring significant transnational solidarity to resolve. The task is huge. The good news is that there is growing momentum to generate precisely this kind of transnational solidarity. This is where the lawyers come in. There is a whole body of critical legal scholarship on this issue that I would urge you to engage with, not as radical fringe theory, but as important insight into the broader crisis of sovereignty that shows up in other sites. We are no longer blindly accepting harmful border politics in politically fragile states, but passing through them carefully in order to articulate a different way of being. It is heavy and uncertain work that requires a complete dismantling of the foundational theories of statehood that we take for granted. Remember how you felt at the beginning when I was speaking a language that you didn't understand. This is what it means to wade into the deep, uncharted waters of developing a new philosophy of statehood and of the border. This is an overwhelming uncertainty of proposing something different, something new. But we can't run away from it if we're hoping to do better by the people who are suffering at the margins of what we have today. We can't run away from it if we're hoping to do better. So, thank you for your attention. Are there any questions? 4 years. Should I call Paul? Oh my gosh. No questions? I think I fixed sovereignty. Everyone go home. Are there any questions in the room? Here.
So, thank you for a fantastic presentation. I'd like to hear your thoughts. I think I'm very interested to hear your thoughts about the flip side of migration and the brain drain. Because one of the things we see in many African countries is that the most educated part of the population is migrating. Certainly Nigeria, which is my focus, is brain drain in Nigeria. And then the flip side, we have this rhetoric about immigration, but acceptance of educated, qualified people from an immigration perspective.
That's a really good question. That's very nice. I don't know if there's an easy answer to this question, because I'll give you an example. What happened during the COVID pandemic was that in the countries that are worst affected, Western countries, worst affected, yeah, a lot of medical professionals were the first to die in significant numbers. And one of the things that the UK did, for example, is that they actually started to recruit doctors and nurses from the global south. Now you have to keep that in context. We have one doctor, I think, for 10,000 people, I think, it's a crazy number like that. And then the UK government comes and says, we're going to take even a couple of those. And I think there's a deeper frustration and anger about that, because it does deepen the inequalities that are being faced on the other side of the world. On the other hand, I look at it on a personal level, and I met with a number of doctors during the pandemic, a number of my people that I learned from school, and they were incredibly frustrated. They didn't have masks, they didn't have gloves, they were operating institutions where they were taking on a huge amount of risk with no institutional support. And so when an individual makes the choice to choose better for themselves, I find it difficult to categorically say that it's a bad choice, because they have to manage their families and their health. And so, long story to say that I don't know that I agree that at a macro scale, we have a huge problem with brain drain and exit and the structural inequalities that deepens. I think I would like us to think about the question of equality more broadly. And some of the doctors and nurses and teachers that are leaving are really going through a great deal of things that I'm always sort of like reluctant to make categorical determination on that. I think it's not really a strong policy response, but that's kind of where I've landed on that issue. I think we treat doctors and nurses everywhere around the world, especially teachers, really, really terribly. And if someone wants to be okay, I feel like who am I to tell them, you know what, you have to keep putting up with it. So I don't know if I've answered your question. I'm sorry. Yeah. You can ask me legal questions too. I have a law degree. So don't ask me legal questions.
Thank you. This was fabulous. So I guess my question is, where you see in this crisis of sovereignty concept, where do the technology companies fit? Are they supplementing the power and the politics of exercising at the border? Are they competitors? I mean, Ian Bremmer wrote a kind of a polemic last year about this idea of the technopoly, and those of us who grew up on science fiction, this idea that technology is going to replace the state, or do you see it as a substitute or a competitor? I guess would be my question. Thank you.
You know, that was one of the directions that I was thinking about when I was trying to think what I wanted to say. And there's always a choice with these things. Specifically when it comes to the border, what we've seen is this interesting. I think Laura and I have been in meetings where we've heard this technology companies offering free solutions to governments and to refugee policy institutions in exchange for data collection. And in exchange for deepening, because one of the biggest silences, for example, in AI has always been the lack of data on Black people. And so refugees are kind of really an entry point massive data collection to resolve some of these issues that lie elsewhere in the data space. I think that many people are still very much wedded to the idea of the state and the government being the holder of sovereign power. And so one of when in mapping how governments have responded to technology, there's three broad approaches, three major approaches, and then there's a couple of subsidiary ones that exist in the world. Is the American approach, which is very much neoliberal, profit making first, where the corporations have a great deal of power to set rules, to determine belonging, to determine, when you think about how community standards operate, for example, in tech platforms, right? That's rulemaking. Who decides what punishments get inflicted for what, and if those punishments deviate from how that particular crime would be punished in the analog space. There's a rulemaking process that's happening there that is a projection of power onto the user. And so the American model very much favors allowing this laissez-faire that the users, let the customers who are the advertisers, let them determine how the tech space will unfold. There's the Chinese model, which is still very much state-centric. It is the Chinese government that is the rulemaker. It is the Chinese government that is the arbitrator, and it's the Chinese government that still sort of decides, what passes. And we say the Chinese model, but you see sort of smaller iterations of this in countries like Zimbabwe, in countries whereby there's still this desire for centralized state control. And then there's the European model, which is an interesting mix of both. And the European model is state-centered, but with a human rights perspective embedded in it. I'm using the word human rights here in a very specific way, because sometimes the way in which, this is why the border is so fascinating and border technologies in Europe are so fascinating, because it's so different from what European governments do in other contexts. The way in which the European governments protect users on social media compared to the way that they're protecting refugees from the excesses of Frontex and border tech, it's completely different. And so when, for example, the legislatures, pass rules on, well, it's going to happen now with Twitter, right? With the privacy and the compliance gaps that are existing with Twitter. That is, yes, it's state-centric, but the interests that the state is positioning itself to protect are slightly different. And so I think with those three different governance models, you kind of start to see that the corporations play a different role in each of those various contexts. And for those of us who are in the global south, we're just kind of like, I would say, borrowing from putting together, because many of our societies are not the place where the technology is built. So we don't have that oversight capacity. When there was the human Facebook scandal, only one African country summoned Facebook to respond to the accountability cycle crisis, and that was South Africa. I think global south, it was Singapore and Brazil were the only two countries that requested an official response. All of the rest of the responses happened in the global north. And so you don't have as much capacity for the states to impose rulemaking or to impose rules on the technological companies, and then the corporations then play a different role. But certainly when it comes to refugees and border tech, there's a lacuna there, because ideally, in a society, you want power to be distributed between the state or the sovereign, the corporations, the individuals. Because individuals at the border have such diminished political power, what's really happening is this distribution that's ping-ponging between these two entities. So when Palantir says, we're going to give you the HCR, free refugee management technology, where do the refugees have a say? Where do they get to say, actually, I don't want to have 10 of my fingerprints to get a count of catches. I don't know, do they put catches and cats? So there's that I think is a huge lacuna that is really goes to the heart of what we're talking about here today. There's a projection of power that's happening there that's disproportionate and is a vulnerability because of who people, citizens, get to be at the border. I hope I've answered your question. Super. I think I'll be clean today. Okay. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, sorry. Thank you so much, Najala. That was just excellent. And, as anticipated, I think just got so many issues that we wanted to have front and center throughout the entire day, just right there for everybody. Asante Kana. I'd like to, I know we're running a little behind time, but I think it's actually a great place to start the next panel. So we'll have plenty of time between now and lunch to really dig in. And it's a great point to transition on the sort of the power and rulemaking by various types of actors. I want to call up Professor Funmi Arewa, please, who's going to moderate this discussion. Funmi, among many other things, also has a recent book that came out examining the disruptive impact of digital technologies in Africa. It's called Disrupting Africa. She herself has a lot to say and contribute to this ongoing discussion.
Welcome to our panel on state sovereignty. Our first speakers today are going to be Beth Simmons and Rachel Holvey, and they're going to speak about cyber borders. And just a reminder, bios are in the conference materials. Thank you.
We could not be in a better place on the program because of the way that the fantastic keynote speaker kind of queued up in some sense some of the concepts that we want to deal with. In particular, I want to highlight a couple of things that Najala said that we are absolutely going to endorse and build on. And that is first the idea that the border, as we think of it, is a vector of state control. And our point is going to be to take that idea that we think of in kind of a physical space and talk about it in the context of cyber borders. And so we're going to draw an analogy there and make the argument that essentially the kinds of controls that you're seeing on the ground are exercised and are in fact correlated with the kinds of controls that states use in cyberspace as well. She argued that borders are key sites for defining the states, that there are such things as border cultures, that states and societies tell us who they are at the border. And we think that's absolutely true. And she's describing the underlying concept that is what we're going to be talking about today. We call it border orientation, that states have an orientation towards the outside world that varies, and that we see it reflected both on the ground, in the control of refugees, the control of migrants, and we see it as well in cyberspace. So let me just make an introduction. This is sort of an example of what keynote address was referring to here, and it offers a counterintuitive position here, that the bordering impulse is rife by the territorial state, and that we are going to be observing and are observing a version in cyberspace as well. And so this, what we're going to be, our paper is going to be on the information age and the sovereign identity crisis, information challenges entering the state electronically is a global phenomenon that penetrates state borders, and it challenges many of the things that states are expected to do, essentially, and it challenges their sovereignty in some sense. But in a way, this is just another iteration of globalization in some ways. So it reflects very similarly kind of the movement of goods and services across borders and mobility of populations. States have been here before, and states are now facing it in cyberspace as well. These movements, some are wanted and some are unwanted. And these movements are wanted and unwanted when it comes to information as well. So this is a concept that we're going to be working with, arguing essentially that the information age challenges the identity of the territorial state, that we can think of the identity of the territorial state as being represented by certain things that it is supposed to do functionally, to aggregate and protect domestic interests from outside threats, for example. It is supposed to create and sustain certain and protect, there's a protection kind of thing going on here, and defending of values and culture of the nation. And I'll go like this because we could problematize that and spend a lot of time digging open what that would be exactly. But people have values, and sort of the internet, the state is sort of there to guard what some of them are, essentially. So It does that by controlling information, and it does that by controlling its international borders too. In fact, we argue that the state has this very spatial function to recognize authority over territory. And so when the state can't do this, it throws its identity into question and challenges its identity. And so this, I think our position would be that it can raise questions about the legitimacy of the state itself. So states respond to this, and they respond in ways that are spatial and territorial, touching on many of the aspects of control that Angela was talking about in her wonderful opening remarks. So the states think analogously in terms of their territorial function, sort of projected onto the internet in many ways. And they reach for tools that in fact are drawn from their special authority to govern territory. So they use analogies. We drew looked at the sort of cyber plans and cybersecurity plans of a variety of states, and we found constant references to space, location, place, territoriality, the construction of walls, the creation of cyber borders, cyber bureaucracies, and these cyber geographies, and these are sort of replete language that we find when we look at state sort of plans for governing the internet. So we embrace this concept of border orientation, that states have an underlying culture towards their external borders. And they're going to exert authority in cyberspace in some of the same ways that we have seen them exert authority around their physical borders. We think of borders as institutions of public order. That's a positive spin on it in some ways, right? But it is essentially the same phenomenon that Angela was talking about in her presentation. The idea here that this is where states express their preferences over how they want to be governed internally and how they want to retain distinction from the outside world. That's done physically, that is done ideationally, that is done with information. And so this is a concept of governance that is sort of horizontal and exercised between territorial entities, and it distinguishes the internal from the external. And it's a preference for how a society is to be governed in the face of international outside forces of various kinds. We refer to it as border orientation, but it's very similar to what Angela was talking about in her opening remarks. The extent to which the state is committed to control over territorial entry and exit at its national borders. So this is the analogy that we're working with here. You can imagine this vertical line as a border between states, and on the left-hand side, there's the environment that the state is attempting to maintain. And on the right-hand side, there is the global environment that the state is facing externally. And the state is both trying to control its strategic assets on the inside, and when we think of exiting, we think of things like maybe brain drain, we think of exit visas for certain kinds of populations, export prohibitions, things that keep things the state wants to keep in from going out. And on the other hand, we can think of the global environment that the state does not want to allow in. Okay, so it creates entry visas, it creates bureaucracies for immigration and border control. And in terms of controlling goods entries, we have a whole series of laws on import restrictions and taxes. Bureaucracies are created, and on the ground we have border inspection stations, and we have walls and fences along borders to prevent the illicit entry of goods into states. These are strategies states take in the real world. And our suggestion is that they do the same thing in cyberspace. Essentially, they control data exit. There are techniques to do that through law, data localization laws. They create bureaucracies, data protection agencies, central banks and ministries of communication, and they create structures, data centers, firms, physical data storage facilities, and those are ways to maintain a strategic asset, essentially, of information within their borders. And the same kind of thing you see in terms of information entering into states from the global environment. So we see a whole series of things that states have engineered to be able to do to block foreign websites through law, bureaucracy, and again, structure. In this case, it's code. instead of physical fences on the ground. Takedown requests are another area where we find that various countries have put national laws into place that would justify the request from third parties to take down from platforms certain kinds of information that the state, and I would say perhaps sometimes the society finds objectionable, like child porn and that type of thing as well. So this creates, again, is dependent on the creation of bureaucracies. It varies by certain structures like coercion, cooperation, and liability law are all at stake in these kinds of distinguishing these kinds of orders as well. But the thing that the kind of ideational shift that we want you to kind of take is that this is a picture essentially of the physical borders around the world. We literally use Google Earth and we use latitude and longitude to find out where the world's border walls are and how thick the points of entry are on land around the world. And where you see red, they are very heavily guarded by the state. Where you see green, they are very lightly guarded by the state. So this is sort of an indication of what's happening on the land. And our argument is essentially, and we found in another paper that we've worked on together, we found essentially that this measure on the ground literally correlates with the taking and putting into place of the kinds of policies in cyberspace that Rachel's going to talk about right now.
So now I'd like to share more about the legal strategies and the efforts that governments take in order to border the internet to create this type of distinctiveness between us and them, between national and international. So first, we'd like to discuss efforts to control the exit of national data. And these are data localization laws that come in many different varieties. Some of the most stringent laws have a clear bordering aspect. You can think of China's cybersecurity law, which requires firms to store and impound national data within China's territorial boundaries. And if any data is required to be sent abroad, China requires a security check, which is very similar to how we think about traditional bordering efforts. But there's also efforts to control the movement of data for these ideational reasons as well, to protect privacy. So in Europe, the General Data Protection Regulation also has a very territorial and spatial aspect to it as well, by requiring that firms are mindful where data is being sent. Firms can only send data to jurisdictions that have sufficient privacy protections. We've collected laws on data localization, and you can see here, we're plotting the intensity of data localization regulations around the world. And we suggest that this really reflects the importance of taking a horizontal approach to examining the efforts that governments are using to regulate the internet. For instance, of course, China has a very intense data localization, but we can also see that governments such as India are taking really strong stances to regulate the movement of data and to create this really spatial and territorial approach to the internet. We also identify laws that control the visibility of foreign data, and this is also part of what we are suggesting is a bordering practice, because it allows governments to create distinctiveness in global platforms such as Google, Facebook, and they do this through several different means. One would be intermediary liability laws that are going to require firms to remove content from their platforms or base stations, or a notice and takedown type of variety. We, in our research, have identified many different types of laws, but of course they arise in democracies and authoritarian regimes. We can look to Germany for the Network Enforcement Act, which does have this ideational flavor as well, because it allows the citizens to appeal directly to Google. And once the content is removed, it's going to be a different type of online experience in Germany than the rest of the world. There's also takedown requests, which governments submit to these platform corporations so that the platforms begin to look different within national jurisdictions. And this requires governments to appeal to national laws. And in our research, we found many interesting anecdotes, but one, of course, is Thailand requiring YouTube to filter out videos of the Thai king within territorial boundaries, which allows Thailand to then assert its own culture and its own values online in these global platforms. And you can see we collected data from the transparency reports of these global firms, and takedown requests are being sent by many different types of countries, ranging from Russia is a heavy submitter of takedown requests, but you also have many democracies, which are plotted here, leveraging the takedown requests in order to create this type of national distinctiveness and to assert their values online. And finally, we'd like to touch on blocking foreign traffic, which is also a legal strategy, requires changes in architecture. China's Great Firewall is, of course, a collection of laws and practices, which then partition and allow China to separate out China's information space from the rest of the world. We also want to identify Russia's sovereign internet law, which is requiring changes in the architecture so that data is going to be routed differently. And I'll leave you with a plot where we are being mindful of foreign websites and working with computer scientists who actually track where governments are blocking these global websites to really create distinctiveness that the concept of border orientation is suggesting. So in conclusion, we suggest that border orientation is a really useful way to think about the approach to the sovereign identity crisis and identifying these legal strategies that governments use in order to create separation and distinctiveness in their national internets. Thank you for your time, and we look forward to your questions.
Thank you. We're next going to hear from, sorry, I'm looking at the wrong pen. We're next going to hear from Laura DeNardis. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And hi, everyone. Good morning. It's so lovely to join you today. Really appreciate being here. And, you know, it's just fun to be anywhere. It really is. And be together. It's fun to be together in a room. My name is Laura DeNardis. I'm a scholar of internet architecture and governance. And I'm a professor and endowed chair in technology, ethics, and society at Georgetown. And I'm an engineer with a science and technology studies degree and also a background in law. So I feel like I fit in this room in many ways, but I also want to say that bits and borders rarely match up. And there's a lot of power inside of the technology. So what I want to talk about today, and I decided to call my remarks the Internet Protocol as a proxy for geopolitical power, is how technical infrastructure far beneath content and far beneath platforms. This isn't about Twitter. It's not about Facebook. Very deep infrastructure shapes sovereignty, statehood, and mediates the borders of what counts as the state and what counts as human rights within the state. For example, the internet is not a cloud, we know that. It's a network of networks. It crosses borders in a variety of different ways. Just even something as simple as the domain name system itself crosses borders. You could register a domain name in one region. An internet registry handles the translation of the name, like temple.edu, into a number that computers understand. And then the servers where that information is housed could be in another country. It's hard to put borders around this, even if we wanted to. In some regions, especially on the African continent, a single instance of exchanging information can go to another country and then come down into the originating country. Interconnection is part of this. So there are many ways that it crosses borders. However, there are points of control and concentration also inside of this technology. So I'll start by asking the question, what does the Internet Protocol have to do with the Russian war on Ukraine? You probably are aware of this issue.
In the immediate aftermath of Russia's invasion, there was a massive and historic surge of digital sanctions that unfolded. Some from tech companies like Microsoft, PayPal, others. They withdrew services and products. Some network operators unplugged, you probably know that too. In this context, the Ukrainian government asked ICANN and RIPE NCC, there's your drinking game, every acronym, right? There are a lot of acronyms in internet governance. Do you know who ICANN is? Do you know who RIPE NCC is? These are two institutions that people in this room have probably heard of, but most people haven't heard of. They were asked to unplug Russia from the internet. Now, for those of you who don't know, ICANN stands for the Internet Corporation for Assigned Names and Numbers. It's the global so-called multi-stakeholder organization that oversees the internet's domain name system of names like CNN.com and binary numbers, a series of zeros and ones. And RIPE NCC handles IP addresses in the region in which Ukraine and Russia are situated. So what would it entail to cut off Russia from the internet? Well, you could remove the Russian country code top-level domains, like .ru, from the root zone file at the center of the internet. You could withdraw the rights of Russian networks to use internet addresses that are necessary for every instance of communication over the internet. You might tamper with the DNS root servers related to Russia. What decision would you have made? They decided to reject the Ukrainian government's request to unplug Russia from the internet. They could have made a different decision. This is governance. This is governance not by states and not by the international governance ecosystem, but by the technical community. And these are issues of internet governance, which I've written about a lot over the years in my work, including all of my books. And the basic thesis that is the undercurrent of all of my work is that arrangements of technical architecture are also arrangements of power. Like so many other issues, it is no longer possible to understand sovereignty without understanding the sinews of power in the layers and layers of digital architecture and governance that are far beneath content, far beneath applications, far beneath anything that that an internet user can even see, including devices. Very powerful. 99% of the infrastructure of the internet is beneath what we can actually see. Now, there's an inherent tension in internet governance, which includes the technical community, new institutions. The tension is that there are approaches that adhere to cyber sovereignty, trying to overlay borders on cross-border technology. And then what's called the global multi-stakeholder model. Now, it's a lot more complicated than just the tension between the two models, but this cyber sovereignty approach has been touted by certain kinds of governance for quite a while. China has taken the lead on that, trying to overlay authoritarian and borders in general over the internet. And then what's called the multi-stakeholder governance model, which is a form of power that's very complex in and of itself, which involves different kinds of stakeholders that govern different things. So the internet has always been governed. And I often get asked by, let's say, the press, and we'll blame the press for this, well, who should control the keys to internet governance? Should it be the US government? Should it be Google? Should it be the United Nations? Should it be ICANN? That question makes absolutely no sense because there are many points of power. And you could come up with many taxonomies for understanding that. I'm just suggesting one on this slide. That digital governance is enacted via technical design, via resource coordination, lots of private ordering, lots of government authority, lots of conflicts. So you could say, well, it's the administration of critical internet resources like names and numbers. It includes the establishment of technical standards. It includes coordination of access and interconnection. Certainly many forms of cybersecurity governance that cross borders. And then the policymaking role of information intermediaries, like social media platforms, transactional intermediaries. That was a subject of my a book I wrote a long time ago called The Global War for Internet Governance, which came out in 2014. This is powerful private ordering, but it also includes governments. And there's an entire category of government decision-making and conflict, nation-state control, regulatory policy-making functions, some that do cross borders, some that are involved in international agreements, and some certainly within the state. Now, I thought for today I would pick the geekiest of these. Could have picked any of these. I decided to pick protocol politics, right? How standards are politics by other means. And before your eyes glaze over on this list of some random technical standards, I do want to say that we couldn't have digital technologies. We couldn't communicate with each other. We couldn't do many things, have lots of economic opportunity and things that we do online, change a train reservation as I just did, without these acronyms. These are the blueprints that enable us to do many things that keep the digital world going. Now, some of them you probably are familiar with, like Wi-Fi, maybe internet protocol, Bluetooth. Some of them are household words that you know, but think of them as blueprints. So this is not even about software. It's about the blueprints that are specifications that tell computers how to operate, how to compress information, how to format information, how to route something around the internet, how to name something. And this is very, very important. There's not just one standard that makes the internet work. So I've listed a few on this slide. Now think about this through a human lens. We have protocols for how we greet each other. In some places, you might shake hands, you may kiss each other, you might kiss each other on one cheek, then the other cheek. If you're in Geneva, I think it's one side, the other side, then the other side. In certain places, you bow to greet someone. These are human conventions that are socially constructed. And so too are these digital standards socially constructed. They are developed by people, and they make a lot of decisions that are very important. Before your eyes glaze over on that, just think about opening the black box of the technology. Why is this important? What are the stakes of this? Standards are technical, and I do study them from the standpoint of being an engineer, but they are also politics by other means. What are some examples of that? Accessibility standards that empower those with hearing or sight issues. Decisions that shape privacy and speech rights and global access to knowledge. Questions about the degree of openness and underlying possible standards-based patents and intellectual property rights that give certain people privileges and other people and prevent others from having economic liberty and the right to innovate. And just to give one specific example, the whole group of encryption standards, and there are many of those, it's probably the best example of highly politicized standards, because battles over things like the key strength and even export restrictions, these mediate values of, let's say, law enforcement and intelligence gathering versus economic security and individual privacy. So hence they've historically been lumped with arms and munitions in global trade. So I decided to even go deeper than that. So there are a lot of internet governance issues that are political, that challenge borders, that challenge sovereignty, that affect human rights and national security. Many layers of governance, technical standards, just one area. Then I thought, well, let's just use one example of a protocol. It's the internet protocol. That's why I started with the example of the Ukrainian request to unplug Russia from the internet. Well, turns out there are at least 2 decades of similar controversies over this one area of protocol. So does anyone know, can anyone explain what the internet protocol is
every time you communicate on the internet, you have a unique number assigned to where you are, virtually where you are, and then your destination that you're trying to reach. So for example, an IP address could be 01101111100, maybe 32 digits long, or maybe 128 digits long. There are two standards, IPv4 and IPv6. So these are unique numbers. It's very similar to the post office. You have a unique geographical location so that someone can reach you, and you have a unique IP address, either permanently assigned or temporarily assigned. So that's the internet protocol. It's very, very important. So it's been at the heart of struggles in the geopolitical context for decades. There is now global concern about the design and control of IP, as China has done various things around so-called new IP. There's a white paper, there have been some subsequent efforts, and that's a day-long conference in and of itself, just discussing attempts to redesign the internet protocol and who is in charge. Decades ago, even the selection of IP over a group of protocols that were developed by the International Standards Organization was a very significant global controversy. More recently, but still long before Facebook and Twitter even existed, the 1990s selection of the newest internet protocol, IPv6, which was designed to give more people around the world access, involved in institutional and global struggle between different standards groups and different communities. And that's a day-long discussion in and of itself, and also the subject of a book I wrote called Protocol Politics, the Globalization of Internet Governance. So who gets to have these IP addresses? It turns out that some American universities have more original IP addresses than some nations have. So the distribution of them has been very unequal. There was a standard designed to expand access, but it's not really being adopted as fast as engineers thought. And that's a very complicated story involving politics, economics, and culture. I could probably go on and on about different controversies over IP, but I'll just mention one more. It may be the most well-known conflict, global sovereign conflict over the internet protocol, this one protocol. It was this transition of control over the distribution of these numbers from an entity that was overseen by the US Department of Commerce to a global multi-stakeholder institution, ICANN, which involves a lot of different actors. And that is something that was described by many US senators as America's internet surrender. And that the internet would stop working when this happened. And it continued working. I was still able to get Reddit and stream Netflix the day after that happened. Why has this attracted so much attention? One reason is the technical universality of this. It's a fundamental technology that makes the internet the internet. It also involves a finite pool of resources that have to be distributed. See, isn't this interesting? Your eyes glazed over on the acronym slide. It also creates a unique identifier, a virtual one, albeit, but it's unique, and that places it at the heart of privacy, surveillance, and security issues online. And then IP filtering is essentially a choke point for censorship and outages, among other reasons. So this is what I wanted to suggest today, that bits and borders really don't match very well, that lots of things cross borders, that the real power is inside of the black box, that we have to open the black box of infrastructure to uncover this, and it's necessary to understand the stakes for humanity, for society, for the economy, and national security. I'll just leave you with a few themes. And I hope that it contributes to the discussion today. One is certainly the politics of the technology, the increasing co-opting of technologies, including standards, for different kinds of interests. Another one is the technical design entanglements
with national security at borders. Another one is the privatization of global governance. And I hope I've made that case that there are these individual registries, there are standard setting bodies, there's the private not-for-profit corporation ICANN that makes decisions. And yes, also the things that you see when you're online, like the platforms, that they are making decisions about the flow of information and the distribution of these resources and who gets to speak and who gets to have dignity and who gets to economically participate. This is private power, it's the privatization of internet governance. Then the borderless infrastructure versus cyber sovereignty, which has been a debate that's not new. It's been going on for decades. And then also how emerging technologies prompt new governance dilemmas, such as the expansion of the internet protocol so that more people could have access. So that's what I wanted to talk about, concerns about China taking over the internet, Ukraine asking that Russia be disconnected, hyperbolic claims about the US surrendering the internet, battles between standards organizations, all of these brief examples of questions and controversies over this one protocol hint at the core importance and geopolitical stakes of internet infrastructure control as a flashpoint in sovereign debates. So thank you very much for letting me add my perspective, and I really enjoyed joining you today and look forward to the discussion. Next, we have Marguerite Walter from the Office of the Legal Advisor of the State Department.
Well, thank you. Unlike the others here, I'm not an academic, so I'm coming to this with a slightly different perspective. And as mentioned, I work at the Office of the Legal Advisor at the U.S. Department of State, the U.S. Version of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. And I just want to note before I begin that I'm speaking in my personal capacity and expressing my own personal views. And nothing that I say necessarily represents the views of the Department of State or of the US government. So as someone who works in the context of a sovereign state, I'm going to consider how states are looking at some of these issues of state sovereignty and some of the challenges that others have identified in terms of what that means in the internet age, if you will, digital age, in terms of how they think of state sovereignty and international law, how that's being challenged, and how that might be evolving. The concept of state sovereignty is, as I'm sure many of you know, really a foundational concept in our international society of territorially distinct and independent states. And it really is important to keep in mind that the concept of state sovereignty traditionally has been territorial. And as others I think mentioned, states, when confronting the changes that we see with cyberspace, really do tend to analogize from that real space concept. And when it comes to international law as well, they're grappling with how do they take these kind of concepts that already existed and analogize or expand those to understand how they might apply in cyberspace. So the concept of state sovereignty is reflected in and safeguarded by a number of international legal rules that include the prohibition on the use of force, the prohibition on intervention in the affairs of other states, and the prohibition on violations of territorial sovereignty. And historically, as I mentioned, the concept of sovereignty was tied to a state's territory and recognized a state's nearly absolute power within that territory, at least historically. So for example, I know some of you may be familiar with the Trail Smelter case. The US State Department legal advisor in pleadings in that case described sovereignty as a fundamental principle of the law of nations, that a sovereign state is supreme within its own territorial domain, and that it and its nationals are entitled to use and enjoy their territory and property without interference from any outside state. And this principle is reflected in the non-intervention principle, which basically says that every state has the right as sovereign to make a free choice as to political system, economic system, and cultural system internally, and has the right to make a free choice as to its external affairs without other states interfering with that, at least in a coercive way. But even as this vision of state sovereignty as this kind of absolute power within one's territory was being articulated through, through the early 20th century, it was already, international law was already evolving. And we see, after World War II, this development of an international law framework that already challenges sovereignty in some ways, or that vision of sovereignty in some ways. If you look at the UN Charter, it is based on the sovereign equality of states, and it requires that states respect the territorial integrity and political independence of one another, but at the same time, it identifies one of the UN's core functions to be the promotion and encouragement of respect for human rights, which states must do internally, domestically, and that is to some degree subject now to oversight by the international community. And in the post-World War period, there was an elaboration of an entire framework that we've heard referred to here as well, human rights being front and center there. There's following the UN Charter, there was the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, which laid out certain rights that all individuals were understood to possess regardless of border, and which would, as theorized, introduce some limitations on that absolute internal sovereignty that classical public international law posits. The UDHR is non-binding, but we saw, of course, in the decades after that, a number of international human rights instruments that have been widely ratified and that do introduce new obligations on states in the way they exercise their sovereignty. So, for example, under the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights, states must guarantee equality before the law, the right to a fair and public hearing, and things like that. So they still have sovereignty domestically, but now there are international rules on how that sovereignty is exercised. Cyberspace poses a different kind of challenge to state sovereignty, since, as we heard, the very structure of the internet and how it is governed ignores the kinds of neat territorial definitions that were fundamental to the concept of state sovereignty in a classic version of public international law. And states have dealt with this basically by trying to analogize. They first said, well, existing international law, including customary international law, applies in cyberspace. So that would include the principle of sovereignty, at least in theory. But of course, that begs all kinds of questions. If packets of information are traveling around networks without the state even knowing, much less giving consent or doing anything about it in particular, what does that mean for sovereignty? If the state is absolutely supreme domestically, or has the right to keep out influences from the exterior, how does this even work? And we've seen states starting to talk about this in the last, I'd say 10 years or so. The US State Department was among the first to start talking about this publicly. And one of the keystone speeches was by the then legal advisor, Brian Egan, in 2016. He addressed the concept of sovereignty and said, yeah, it exists, it does apply, it needs to be respected. But at the same time, you can't say that every non-consensual activity in cyberspace on the territory of a state, even by another state, necessarily violates international law, which the theory of territorial sovereignty might say that it should. But given the very architecture of the internet, you just can't accept that. That can't be right. But the question is, well, what is right? What is the right way to think about this? And states have really been struggling to understand this. And I would say the US is one of them, right? Brian Egan said that, but he didn't really clarify beyond that. And the US hasn't said anything much more since then. Other states have kind of started to step into this a little bit more since then. And there really is a range of views as to what it means to be sovereign when it comes to cyberspace. Some have adopted what might be seen as just transposing a classic absolute territorial sovereignty concept to cyberspace. France is one that's often held up as being on this end of the spectrum. Their military issued a 2019 statement on how international law applies in cyberspace, where they said any effects produced on French territory by digital means by another state constitutes a breach of sovereignty, full stop. Now, that does beg the question of what's an effect. If you just have electrons transiting your networks, maybe that doesn't leave an effect. And so maybe that's not a violation, but it's a pretty strong statement as to what it views the rule of sovereignty to be. China, they had a 21 statement on sovereignty, which is a very interesting statement, seems to go even further. They say no state shall, without permission, access the ICT or internet, let's just say internet infrastructure of another state or infringe on the network systems within the jurisdiction of another state. So in this view, anything a state does to touch on the cyber infrastructure of another state violates international law, which is a pretty sweeping statement. And I don't know how well it can really be enforced in practice, but that is the view that they have articulated. At the other end of the spectrum, you have the UK, which in several statements on international law and cyberspace, including most recently in a speech by their Attorney General earlier this year, has said there's no such thing as state sovereignty as a standalone rule. It's a principle, you can derive rules from it, but it itself is not a rule. And they have focused instead on the importance of the prohibition on intervention as a way of dealing with state competition in cyberspace. And other states have come out kind of somewhere in between. A lot of European states that have said anything about it have adopted a view that was endorsed by the Talon Manual on International Law and Cyberspace, which some of you may be familiar with. It's a manual put together by independent experts. It doesn't necessarily represent the view of states, but states have looked to it, it seems, as a guide in any event. And some European states have explicitly said, when it comes to sovereignty, yes, it's a rule, and we will look at this rule as the Talon Manual suggests, which is to say that cyber operations can violate state sovereignty where there's a certain scale and effects from the operation and where the operation interferes with inherently governmental functions of another state. So trying to put some kind of parameters on that would be workable, but still not exactly clear what that might mean in practice. And some states, like the Netherlands, in a recent statement that they made, have addressed the uncertainty head on, instead saying states may not conduct cyber operations that violate the sovereignty of another state, but then also saying in the same breath, the precise boundaries of what is and is not permissible have not yet fully crystallized. And I think many states, including the United States, would probably agree with that this is an area where international law continues to evolve. So even if you accept the view that there's a rule of sovereignty, it applies in cyberspace, how it applies still needs to be figured out by states. Now, I heard mentioned earlier this concept of digital sovereignty or cyber sovereignty, and I did just want to talk about that briefly because that is one area, I think, in which some states are trying to push the evolution of international law in a particular direction. And it was already mentioned that China is at the forefront of this. They have been talking about this for a while, and their 2021 statement lays out in a little bit more granular detail the legal underpinnings of how they're thinking about this. So they talk about sovereignty in cyberspace in that paper as the internal supremacy and external independence that states enjoy on the basis of their national sovereignty over internet infrastructure, entities, and activities, as well as relevant data and information within their territories, which is hugely sweeping when you unpack it, right? We're talking about internal supremacy, just supreme, over all the infrastructure, all the entities, all the activities, data and information related to the internet in their territory. So really, really a strong statement of how they see what state sovereignty would be. And notice they talk about internal supremacy in this sort of way that harkens back to the early statements on what sovereignty would be like in Trail Smelter, with no sort of carve out for international human rights law or other areas of international law that might still need to be taken into account, which is in contrast to how other states, even those that express a strong view on what state sovereignty is in cyberspace, how they will still frame it. So for example, European states that have talked about state sovereignty, there's a rule. It's not supreme though, because you still have to respect your human rights obligations and things like that. This has no carve out of that nature. And I will just add, China is not one of the states that has ratified some of the core human rights treaties, so it makes sense that they wouldn't necessarily call out that body of law, even though I think many states would suggest that just by virtue of being a UN member state, states have some degree of an obligation to respect human rights as they're understood in the UDHR. Interestingly, now China's statement on state sovereignty in cyberspace also delineates certain rights that it says are included in state sovereignty, including, and this will pick up from some of the things that others were saying on this panel, the right to independently choose their own path of cyber development and model of governance on ICT related activities. So they're asserting a right of states to have their own model of internet governance. We don't have to go with what ICANN sets forth, or we shouldn't have to. We get to do it ourselves under our own rules. And similarly, they articulate the right to participate in global governance in cyberspace on an equal footing and jointly formulate international rules. And this gets directly back at what our previous panelist was talking about when she said, and I really liked how she put this, the real power is in the black box. Arrangements of technical architecture are also arrangements of power. And I think this statement on sovereignty reflects an understanding of that and a desire to challenge it through this articulation of international law. Interestingly, it also, this statement also articulates a right to exercise extraterritorial sovereignty. And it says that there is a right to exercise in accordance with the universally recognized principles and rules of international law, necessary and reasonable personal, territorial, and protective jurisdiction over specific ICT activities outside a state's territory that have genuine and substantial connection to the state, as well as over relevant ICT-related facilities, entities, data, and information. Now, I'm not exactly sure what that means, except that it asserts a right to do lots of things in the territories of other states that might arguably be inconsistent with the way many states would understand sovereignty, but is, I guess, the mirror image of the internal sovereignty that is articulated earlier. So internally, a state has supreme power over its infrastructure and activities, but extraterritorially, it can nevertheless exercise some degree of state power, even without the consent of a state on whose territory it might be acting. Because the statement goes on to say that they can do this, a state can do this, where is it? I lost it. I'm on the wrong page. They're able to do this. They may, actually, here it is. States may, in doing this, seek assistance from other states and regions. They may seek assistance in exercising this extraterritorial power, but it would be done in the spirit of self-restraint, comity, and reciprocity, and not out of any sense of obligation. And so this is really a very different concept of state sovereignty from what has previously existed and from what many other states would argue continues to exist. The ordinary understanding of state sovereignty is that you do not exercise governmental functions on the territory of another state without that state's consent. Here, China is saying, no, you can do it when it's ICT, internet-related activities, infrastructure, data, information. You don't have to ask for consent. But you can seek assistance if you want to. So I would just say, I see this statement as incredibly interesting. I think a very big challenge to the existing international legal order, as well as the internet governance order. And it's one of the reasons why in the diplomatic sphere, when China and like-minded countries like Russia call for new treaties on international law and cyberspace, many countries are wary because they're concerned that this kind of vision of state power is what might become enshrined in those treaties. And so there's an active kind of push-pull into diplomatic circles right now over not just what does international law mean when you're looking at cyberspace, but what will it mean in the future? What should it mean? Do we need new rules? Can we rely on the old rules and just analogize them to where we are? And that's very much a state of active state-to-state competition and contestation. And I think it's going to continue to evolve, and we'll see where it goes. But I wanted to just bring some of that to your attention when we're talking about state sovereignty. It's not just these sort of more technical things, but it's also being actively discussed by states in relation to how they relate to each other under international law. So that's it.
Any questions? This is a question really for all the panelists, because I think you all sort of touched on it. If only that it was a little bit peripheral to your work, but sort of overlapping. What are your thoughts in the cybersecurity context, in particular, where malicious intent is not disputed, and in particular, I'm thinking of Professor Lin's research about corporations as proxies for national governments. And I just wonder if you see any policies taking shape, globally or within the U.S. to address, these kind of attacks on large corporations that are not explicitly coming from a government, but are strongly understood to be a government.
I could talk about that a little bit. I mean, the US and other countries are very concerned about that. And the whole question of state proxies is something that I think states are really trying to grapple with. I mean, the US and some of its like-mindeds have put a lot of effort in recent years into publicly attributing those kinds of attacks to whoever the actor is, and where they can, they'll say who they think is behind it, not just in terms of, it was this hacking group or whatever. If it's affiliated with the state, they will try to bring that out as well. That can be difficult to do as a technical matter, and it's always a political decision as to what to say and when to say it and how to say it, but it is definitely something that states are looking at with concern.
Thank you very much for that question. I'll just respond with a couple of points. First of all, almost the entire infrastructure of digital technologies, networks, interconnection points, switches that's owned and operated by the private sector, and servers owned and operated by the private sector. So I would say that primarily cybersecurity rests with private industry. The second point that I would make is that I can think a lot of corporate governance of boards are now very aware of the risks to their services and products, their liability, and what's at stake in cybersecurity attack. And they are doing things like putting someone on a board who has cybersecurity expertise. They're making sure that cyber liability and insurance is in place. In fact, in some cases, once you get over that hurdle of getting insurance, like cyber insurance, you've raised the bar considerably. And the third point that I would like to make that just complements your question is that we have to stop thinking about technology firms and all other firms. Because every single corporation now thinks of themselves as a tech firm. Doesn't make sense to say, oh, the Googles and the Microsofts of the world, and then the insurance companies, financial companies, the retail companies. They all gather massive amounts of data. They all have privacy issues. They all have to comply with laws in different regions and national contexts, and they all have to deal with cybersecurity. So it's a little bit of a reframing that it starts primarily with the privacy.
Thank you so much.
And I'll just jump in and say, I think that a space to watch for some of the conversations that are ongoing about the role of corporations and also how these issues should be addressed, particularly ransomware, and those issues are going to be ongoing in the upcoming cybercrime treaty negotiations. And there's a lot of contestation as well about how these actors are going to be incorporated into the convention, with countries like China and Russia calling for regulation of these processes. But of course, it fits into the larger debates that have been ongoing for years about the role of these private actors in the multi-stakeholder community and whether they can sit at the table and try to participate in the ongoing conversations to develop this. So there's a lot of contestation about how these problems of ransomware can be resolved and for international.
Thank you. As someone who kind of works across all these issues, this was just an amazing panel. So I hope you'll forgive me if I have 3 questions for the 3 presenters. And so to begin, Professor Simmons and Rachel, I'm curious how, if your descriptive research has linked to these other 2 topics we heard about, right? I see and am kind of totally on board along with Najala's points about how this works at the border, but I'm wondering, do you see states having a holistic approach that they're connecting it to their internet governance policies and or their international law policies, or have states, are they treating these as kind of discrete issues and the borderization that you're seeing both technically and online is disconnected from what these states are doing at ICANN or elsewhere? For Professor DeNardis, I guess I'm curious to know, I'm completely sold on the idea that so much of the governance here is occurring both multiple layers and across multiple actors. But I do wonder a bit about kind of going back to Jack Goldsmith and Tim Wu and this idea that the state could assert, and maybe China is the paradigmatic example, asserts power here. Would our story of .ru, would that story have been different 10 years ago? Would that have been an instance where the Department of Commerce or something before ICANN was moved into a more full multi-stakeholder model? We might have seen Western governments asserting more regulatory control over these standards, or do you think these standards really designed by engineers, for engineers, with engineers, have some autonomy when states want to exercise control? And then lastly, for Marguerite, I'm curious to know how you clarify, right? I think I hear you that sovereignty as articulated by international lawyers, who, by the way, are not engineers and are still struggling with the black box. How do you think, particularly from the like-minded perspective, we will resolve these questions of where that sovereignty line lies? Obviously, is it custom? Is there actually a debate if there was a treaty about, like, is it a treaty, you know, to protect states from people? I think that's the China model. People are a national security threat, let's protect them. Or is it about a treaty that protects people from states, which would then kind of put in some harder lines about, you know, sovereignty along, say, that, maybe say the Estonian, the Dutch. So I'm just curious as to the process that you might think we'd go forward. So apologizing for monopolizing 3 questions. I hope you mind. Thank you.
Thank you for the great question. I'll just briefly think about it. Well, but I do think that there are some distinctions between national approaches that
we're arguing that's part and parcel due to their border formations, right? It comes from preferences for how governments are seeking to separate the foreign and the national. But I think that at the international level, we're seeing some of these concepts like sovereignty, territoriality are really highly politicized. Russia have really moved first with international conduct and really seeking to advance this sovereignty approach to international law and regulation. So you see a lot of contestation from governments that don't want to move in that direction. So while they may be supporting those concepts at home, France is a strong example, right, of the digital sovereignty, but we even see efforts in Europe, you know, to distance from China's concept of sovereignty. So it's very politicized. Sovereignty at the international level is something that China really uses to frame the debate, but that also produces variation in reactions to governments that see China really shifting to a different type of rules-based order and the signals and cues that can.
And I'll only really add that the policies that we looked at so far are quite ad hoc. They're quite ad hoc. They're takedown requests, they're blocking. They are sort of specific things that hurt the state in terms of the information environment, specifically. With the exception, I think, of data localization, which I think is a little bit more of a strategic concept, tied with development ideas, as well as, you know, just tied with, I guess, notions of security as well around who controls information. So I don't think there's an automatic kind of connection, but we do find things like countries that tend to be more democratic are much more likely to go liability laws from private industry, for example. So they are more willing to forego some of the more kind of controlling kinds of approaches and instead make sets of takedown requests. But we find China and Russia do that too. So it's not something that sort of easily fits into a clear strategic. We have not found that these policies of bordering fit all that clearly into a strategic kind of motion. But nevertheless, that's not really the focus of our research. And I think if you looked at that, we might come up with a slightly different answer.
I often focus on infrastructure because it's incredibly understudied and it's not visible in the same way that these other issues are visible, such as national laws, such as platforms. Every once in a while, you have something happen where it elevates it into the public and in front of policymakers. I think one example of that is when Amazon Web Services cut off Parler in the aftermath of the election. That's an example where, oh, suddenly the web hosting services came into public view. But that often the kinds of mechanisms of control that exist in that private infrastructure are often under the radar. So it's very, very important to focus on that and on the privatization of governance. But that is not to say that there's not also state governance, and part of the multi-stakeholder ecosystem, sometimes that Joe Nye calls it a regime complex of different things. It certainly includes the state. State makes laws about infrastructure-based intellectual property rights, privacy laws, laws about hate speech, censorship. And what I would say about this is that oftentimes it's not a good goal. And maybe that's a little controversial to say, but if you look at the regimes of censorship around the world, if you look at how often dissident journalists or political dissidents are censored, they're under massive surveillance, they end up getting put in prison. There are many, many, many countries, including some of the countries mentioned already today, that criminalize gay people, right? And the laws online enforce that through surveillance, through censorship, like Russia's anti-LGBT propaganda laws, for example. So these and massive surveillance programs, countries that decide to cut off internet access to certain villages because of political speech. So I always like to say that because there's such an important role for the state on all kinds of issues, and it varies between nation states. We've mentioned many of them today. I would add, just if someone gets identity theft, you want the government to be able to investigate. You want not only laws that come before something happens, but also the investigation afterwards. But I would say that sometimes the role of the state is not a good one in this environment, and it's very important to say that if you can, massive censorship, massive oppression that's happening. So that's that is part of multi-stakeholder governance too. In the same way that we have to critique the actions of private platforms, we also have to be open to critiquing the state and saying that they're all part of the solution, and they're also part of different kinds of problems. But that's part of multi-stakeholder governance, and I appreciate you highlighting that so that no one is left with the impression that it's entirely private. The multi-stakeholder internet governance ecosystem is about private ordering. It's also about the design of the technologies. It's about the role of the state through regulations, norms, and administrative actions. And it's also the role of new global technical coordinating bodies that administer different kinds of technical resources. So thank you for that question.
Well, Jonathan, thank you very much for the question you posed to me, which is how do we clarify all of international law and how it applies to cyberspace? Obviously, Doug, no, I don't know the answer to that question, right? I mean, the US and its like-minded over the last few years have been encouraging states to issue national statements on how, international law applies in cyberspace. I guess they're looking to push for the development of state practice and opinio juris. But obviously, even just on the few little examples that I gave on the issue of sovereignty, that has revealed all kinds of differences, including quite fundamental ones between what China has articulated. And I don't think they would be alone necessarily. They've just laid it out more clearly in their paper versus what others have said. So I don't know if that will actually lead to common understandings on what the international law rules are. And it might be that some kind of instrument of some sort is where we're all headed. I think increasingly, even those who have historically pushed against, there being a treaty or whatever, and I'm not talking about the US here, so no inside baseball that I'm trying to put out there, but I have heard from others that they think it's inevitable and that people need to start thinking about what that might look like. Besides Russia, China, and Iran, who are the main ones who right now are calling for
So I think part of the challenge is that, and this kind of goes back to the question that was asked before, is there is 4 or 5 countries that are engaged in a back and forth policy conversation, and then there's like 192 countries that are also trying to find their place in the governance architecture of the governance conversation. And I think the anxieties can often be framed in a way that skips over everything that lies between the extremes. So when I think about the localization debate, for example, my country, Kenya, has a localization. Localization came from, I think it's about a year, 2 years old. And the external argument is usually set up as, oh, China is influencing Africa to call the localization laws. But that's actually not what happened. This was another case of trying to bring order to a space whereby the political knock-on effects of the neoliberal sort of Western model was creating security threats and individual security or the privacy question. This, which is what drives animates the European conversation, is the privacy aspect, the ordering around that. And so I feel like part of the generating the productive conversation also has to include, well, what does all of this stuff look like for the rest of the world? Because the treaty will happen with the rest of the world, but you're not going to get a treaty because Iran and Russia and China agreed to it. It's going to come from the 192 countries kind of agreeing to that. But I feel like the sticking point, and there is a lot of transformation, a lot of momentum in the space. I think the sticking point is that many countries in the world feel unseen and unrepresented in the dominant narratives of what the future of internet governance is going to look like, and are and so far this whole borderization approach is the most they know what they're asking for. This is what we want. And so it kind of offers a path. And I think you end up with a lot of random countries that you might not expect. I'm not saying these countries have done it, but just off the top of my head, you know, Costa Rica, countries that have significant normative influence in their regions and have significant normative influence in the global south, and going in a certain direction because there's something that's being offered. There's a story there that's being told that it's easy to grab hold of and into the message. I think that also is part of the puzzle, is how do we articulate egalitarian model of internet governance that recognizes the range of perspectives on what the threat actually is. And this goes back to the question of the state sort of trying to articulate its power in a way and trying to make a point. We don't want to get beaten up by the big countries. We want to also make a point about how much power we have. That was the question. I'm sorry, I just came back.
Okay, so thank you all. Thank you for the fantastic panel. And I guess now it's time for lunch. Okay, thank you.
All right, hi, thanks for coming back from lunch, and for those of you online, virtual lunch. My name is Salil Mehra. I'm a professor here at Temple Law School and a co-faculty director of the Institute for Law Innovation and Technology, which is co-sponsoring this symposium together with Temple Law Review. I'm here to moderate our second panel on sovereignty, communities, and collectives. We're very fortunate to have 4 really excellent presenters today. I just want to let you know that the order will differ slightly from the program, and that we'll go with Professor Asaf Lubin first, and then Nathan Matthias, then John Newman, and last but not least, Dragan Karin. Professor Asaf, and I'll introduce each of the 4 panelists before they speak, and then we'll hold for a final 15 minutes of collective Q&A. I've asked each of them to speak for about 15 minutes. Dr. Asaf Lubin is an associate professor of law at Indiana University Moore School of Law, and is also a fellow at IU's Center for Applied Cybersecurity Research. He's also an affiliated fellow at Yale Law's Information Society Project, among other things. I'd like to turn it over to him. Please.
Thank you so much, and I'm delighted to be here. I want to thank not just Aliyah, but all the organizers, Laura, Duncan, and Amanda, and Colin. It's been a joy working with you up until this point, and I've really enjoyed the panels up until now. Congratulations on your center. In my brief remarks today and broader symposium piece of Temple Law Review, I wish to direct our attention to the elusive and evolving concept of collective data rights. And I want to talk about it in the context of its relationship with sovereignty. Now, this intervention is particularly timed because of the recent change in tide in the way we speak about data. We have truly entered a new epoch of communitarianism in the regulatory discourse surrounding the digital economy. Everywhere you go, the talk of the town is collectivism. Indulge me for a moment and imagine a lively, loud, vibrant bazaar, like a Turkish spice market, with rows of colorful stalls. We will call this Grand Bazaar the marketplace of data governance ideation. In it, you will find merchants of all shapes and sizes, each trying to sell you on their own particularized version of the future of data protection. One salesman is all in on data cooperatives. Another is committed to data collaborative. A third is just convinced the future is in data trusts. And the fourth is so certain the right approach is data stewards that he will bet his house on it. And there are even more merchants out there promoting novel concepts like data sharing pools, data commons, and data altruisms, data intermediaries, data fiduciaries. Truly, it is exhausting just to try to keep abreast of all the names of each of the different groups. Now, most of these concepts that I've just enumerated are rooted in conceptualizations of ownership and control over data that are centered around domestic legal theories of property and contract. But interestingly, the discourse around data communitarianism has also permeated upward in recent years and has entered the field of public international law. So my apologies, but I will have to describe to you yet another grand, lively, colorful, and vibrant bazaar. One merchant here promotes the idea that self-determination rights of peoples could help fight election interference. Another merchant believes that the collective rights of the civilian population in the occupied territory could defend against misinformation. A third is committed to the concept of digital cultural rights as a means of responding to internet shutdowns and censorship. And a fourth is an advocate for indigenous data sovereignty as a tool in the toolkit in the fight against colonialism and post-colonialism. Now, I acknowledge that there are a few connecting threads between each of these merchants across all these bazaars. And yet, one thing they all share in common is a motivation. For you see, they all repudiate the capitalistic, neoliberal, dignitarian, individual rights-based, Eurocentric model of data governance. By focusing on the horizontal relationships in the digital economy, each of these agents of ideation is hoping to uncover and thereby disturb the power structures that undergird our contemporary data sphere. Their goal is to demonstrate how datafication may lead to unfair wealth inequality while reproducing and amplifying forms of social hierarchy. Each of their proposals is thus a reaction to this underlying economic and political scaffolding. To understand this notion better, consider, for example, Salome Billigen's groundbreaking Yale Journal article, A Relational Theory of Data Governance. In this article, Salome rejects the now dominant individualistic approach to data governance and replaces it with what she calls a population-level analysis. By merely changing the point of view from the individual data subject to the societies they form part of, Salome reveals to us international lawyers new previously undiscovered sets of pressure points along the complex and interrelated system that makes up the data sphere. This is also what leads her to her normative claim that we need to redesign our institutions so to appreciate data not as an individual medium, but as a democratic medium, which is a medium better suited, in her view, to embody broader societal interests. We're at an inflection point. This move from individual digital rights to communitarian digital rights is truly the state of the art. And like any inflection point, it holds great promise, but also poses great risk. As I'm sure the merchants will do their work in selling you on the benefits, please allow me a few minutes to highlight some of the concerns. In so doing, I want to refer to a concept that Michael Freeman called unjust collectivities. Writing nearly 3 decades ago, Freeman wrote one of the most cited defenses to the concept of collective human rights in political theory. In 40 pages, he describes in powerful and passionate language the importance of such rights in the international community. Yet in the final conclusory page of his essay, Freeman acknowledges that, quote, the theoretical concept of collective human rights cannot solve the practical problems posed by unjust collectivities. That is, the capitulation to collective demands that are unjust. Freeman wrote this, but never expanded further. He merely advocated that supporters of individual autonomy and supporters of collective solidarity should come together to engage, quote, in further dialogue. So I wish to explore further this concept of unjust collectivities. In particular, I wish to highlight 2 core aspects of collective rights that are particularly susceptible to abuse. The first is the fact that group identity and population level identity are so, to some extent, arbitrary. Unlike universal standards that apply uniformly to all people, group rights require a clear delimitation line between members in the in-group and members in the out-group. It is therefore by design that the process is one of exclusion. While the original motivation of its promoters might be to protect minority rights and empower marginalized communities, abusers of the systems could actually use the language of collective identity to exclude these very groups and subject them to even further harm. Take, for example, the concept of sovereignty in China, as discussed by Maria Correa in her 2019 Oxford University Press book. After exploring the genealogy of the concept in Chinese literature going back to 1840, she concludes that, quote, China is attempting to affirm its national identity and preserve its own path to modernity through the idea of cultural sovereignty. In other words, China is using the collective interests rooted in the contested concept of sovereignty to serve its own national interests. In particular, the concept is contextually and instrumentally employed to push forward state aspirations at the expense of minority groups like the Uyghurs. This has manifested in the digital space too. China has unleashed wholesale monitoring and tracking of Uyghur individuals, including biometric data collection of facial imagery and iris scans and genomic surveillance for mandatory DNA sampling. China is relying on collective right arguments, namely those of absolute sovereignty and non-intervention in domestic affairs, like the ones we've heard about in the previous panel, to further crush dissent in the Xinjiang region. Control over their data through legal means like the cybersecurity law or technological means like the Great Firewall is thus part of this collective cultural sovereignty story that only further entrenches the oppression. A second concern has to do with the content of collective rights. Since these rights are culturally specific and time-bound, their exact scope and meaning evades precise capture. Unlike the universal understanding of individual rights, collective rights have a murky place in customary international law. For this reason, the 1948 Universal Declaration of Human Rights, which is the framework of principles underpinning the modern international human rights system, made no explicit reference to collective rights. If we are to prioritize the collective over the individual, we are potentially inviting a rejection of a universal minimum baseline of data subject rights and exchanging it for a far riskier competition between societies, all equally entitled on the horizontal plane, to insist that their alternative data governance model is legitimate and should indeed control. But just consider the expensive internet balkanizing data localization policies of India and Nigeria, the informational censorship frameworks in the Philippines, or the government data access regimes in Indonesia and Brazil. In a world where cultural relativism is the crux of all digital rights, how can we meaningfully fight against these frameworks? On these data governance regime ringing the alarm bells for what could happen if we somehow prioritize collective, relative, and culturally specific approaches to data governance over an individualistic baseline? And what would be the implications on markets and the broader balance of power if we incentivize further competition between jurisdictionally encroaching, societally motivated, data-hungry sovereigns? Consider the Russian invasion to Ukraine as one example. Shortly after Russian forces took over Kherson, they ordered internet service providers at gunpoint to relinquish control over their networks. Russian authorities then rerouted mobile and internet data from Kherson through Russian networks, thereby blocking access to Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter, as well as to Ukrainian news websites and other sources of independent information. Then they then shut off Ukrainian cellular networks, forcing Kherson residents to use Russian mobile service providers instead. Russia used data control as a form of population manipulation and re-engineering in the lead up to the false referendums on the annexation of the territories it occupied. Russia defended its data grab and internet dominance by suggesting that it was emancipating the minds and mouse clicks of millions of Ukrainians from the clutches of fake news and Western propaganda. If polities have a final say about how they want to govern their data, if they possess full control over the moderation standards they wish to set for themselves and for their peoples, what claims could be raised to push back against authoritarian regimes who embrace this talk of collectivism to promote injustice? Look, this is the final thing I'll say. I get it. We are all disenchanted with individual human rights law. We recognize that individual rights, the governing model, comes with many flaws. Indeed, it is a myth to think that there is some universal right to informational privacy, data protection. And the practice of states in cyberspace demonstrates just how frustrating the tension is between the mythical law in the books and the law in action, especially in the lex marcatoria of contemporary data broker markets. At the same time, as Jean Marinotti writes in his recent NYU Law Review online piece, the rapid expansion of the data sphere cements the need for data governance strategies that successfully balance scientific innovation, economic prosperity, personal privacy, and individual autonomy. And so with that in mind, it is certainly not my contention that collective data rights projects be rejected or denounced. No, quite the opposite. They are inspiring, they are understandable, they are laudable. What worries me is that the discourse is a zero-sum game, where collective rights ideas are in fragmented competition with individual rights. You have to choose, favor one over the other. I am a centrist in most of my life, and I just hate choosing. Instead, I would invite anyone who is interested in exploring these arguments of collective data governance to think more about the way such frameworks could supplement existing individual models rather than replace them. Such complementarity, I think, offers the best prospective solution to the current challenges we face. Thank you so much.
Our next speaker is Nathan Matthias, who is an assistant professor at Cornell University's Department of Communication and Information Science, where he leads the Citizens and Technology Lab, also known as the CAT Lab. And so at this point, I'd like to turn it over to him.
Hello. If someone could grant me video privileges, I'll turn on my video, and I can start talking while we go. I'm a computer scientist and social scientist at Cornell. I organize community science about our digital lives, and I'm especially excited to be here today as someone who tends to contribute to legal conversations by pursuing urgent issues that matter to communities, which also generate interesting problems for legal scholars. So for people who face digital threats and the people close to them, questions of digital sovereignty can actually be matters of life and death. That was certainly true for publicly engaged feminists during the Gamergate campaign of networked harassment in 2014 and 2015. So in the Gamergate harassment campaign, large numbers of people engaged in organized intimidation, misinformation, and violence against feminist figures, developing tactics that continue to be used by violent far-right groups today to threaten their opponents, sow doubt, and recruit new members. Harassers were especially active on Twitter, leveraging a combined influencing campaign of manufactured accounts, influence operations to direct hatred, rape threats, death threats to prominent feminists. Targets of this harassment were forced to move homes, retain security details, while also facing the risk of losing their jobs, even as they had their communication networks overwhelmed with hateful media that took a massive emotional toll. So to some degree, these campaigns actually achieved some of harassers' goals. While many people do find ways to maintain their public voice, harassment campaigns also cause a percentage of public figures to stop engaging online. And that continues to be a persistent issue to this day. So how does this relate to these questions about sovereignty? Oh, hi, everyone. Great. I'm now no longer a disembodied voice. Thank you much to the technical folks. So how does this relate to issues of sovereignty? Online, where communication and data infrastructures are owned by corporations, people facing threats have very little to no power to access or manage information about the serious imminent risks that they face, which has huge impacts on their ability to organize, to coordinate, and also work for change. Here's an example. In 2014, if someone sent you a death threat on Twitter and it was reported to a tech company for violating their policies, which wasn't always against policies, but if the company miraculously did something about it, which wasn't guaranteed, the evidence would then be removed. It would disappear. And so you would have nothing verifiable to show law enforcement when trying to get protection. Just one example of how this challenge of who owns and manages and holds power over data has very significant impacts in people's lives. Furthermore, people advocating for changes at Twitter had no way to access information about the problem without signing an NDA that would gag them from speaking publicly about the issues. Even worse, the situation with tech platforms in 2014 wasn't actually that different from what it is 9 years later. So how can communities lead the creation of evidence and knowledge in the face of corporate power and these other threats? The malicious creativity of Gamergate harassment campaigns was matched by beautifully creative efforts at mutual aid, collaborative investigation, and advocacy, from movements like Your Slip is Showing to multiple support networks for targets of harassment. In 2014, I was a graduate student and at that time was contacted by one of these endeavors, a project by the feminist organization Women Action in the Media, and also co-led by developer activist Adria Richards, to archive harassment reports, monitor corporate responses, and advocate for change. Here's how it worked. WAM took on this role of an authorized reporter to the Twitter platform, pioneering a kind of relationship that many NGOs have since developed with tech firms to provide streamlined reports about policy violating behaviors. They then invited women facing harassment to report incidents to WAM, who could then archive the incident, pool evidence, categorize the harassment, submit a report to Twitter, and critically, record whether the company took action, how quickly they responded, whether they, and what the company actually did in that case, with full freedom to publish the results. And that's where our team of researchers came in. Together with Amy Johnson, Whitney Aaron Bozel, Brian Keegan, Charlie Dutar, and others, we analyzed this archive of hundreds of harassment cases for institutional breakdown at Twitter, in law enforcement, and other failures in the safety net. We also conducted analyses of Twitter's failure to adequately respond and protect people facing harassment. The report we published, coming out at the same time that Disney was considering acquiring the company, forced the company's leaders to take harassment more seriously. We talked about this model as a form of mutual aid accountability, an approach that provided direct services to a community under threat in a way that created critical evidence in the face of a powerful entity that was preventing the creation of knowledge essential to community well-being and social change. It was hardly a new idea. Many other communities under threat have organized similar things. But for me, it was a powerful experience. The project with Women Action in the Media was the first seed of the idea that became the Citizens and Technology Lab here at Cornell, which organizes community science for a world where digital power is guided by evidence and accountable to the public, imagining a fairer, safer, and more understanding internet that has the input and leadership from affected communities. Since then, we've worked alongside communities in over a dozen projects to study the impact of technology on society and test ideas for change, reducing harassment, broadening inclusion online, studying patterns of discrimination and prejudice, and spreading behaviors that make online participation welcoming to all. But the fight for community sovereignty isn't just a conflict with powerful corporations. It also requires us to rethink our ideas about research. In The Open Society and Its Enemies, Karl Popper talks about two kinds of social engineers: a utopian engineer in a closed society where, quote, the learned rule and suppress reasonable criticism. And we have to be honest, this is a role that universities have often played over history. And then there's this other idea, an open society, where scientists are, quote, searching for and fighting against the greatest and most urgent evils of society by democratic methods, using the tools of open knowledge and so forth. Unfortunately, the norms of science, especially statistics and data science, have often been designed to operate without the consent or meaningful input or leadership of the people and communities most affected. So at Cat Lab, we found the idea of community sovereignty to be a really helpful notion for rethinking many things about power in research. Here are three of them. The first problem is that conceptual frameworks often disempower communities, often in the name of protecting individuals. as we've just been hearing a discussion of this challenging debate. Last year, for example, when Meta retaliated against Laura Edelson and Damon McCoy for their investigations into the company's role in the January 6 attacks on the US Capitol, the company cited privacy regulations as the reason they shut down data access. This biomedical idea of individual autonomy that's embedded in so much research and privacy work also undermines the potential for community ownership and collective action. As Jonathan Zong and I have published in a paper earlier this year about how those assumptions get baked into research ethics software. The idea of individual consent is an important protection against harm when done in good faith, but it's also a powerful obstacle to social change. And solving that dilemma and thinking creatively using, yes, the tools of law and also the tools of design is one of the most important challenges of our time. Secondly, we live in a time with urgently damaging inequalities in the capacity to create knowledge, especially in technical and quantitative fields. In my year, for example, I was only one of 24 Latinx computer science PhDs in the US and Canada, among over 1,500 that graduated that year, 1.5% of all PhDs. There were only 9 Black graduates that year across both countries, 9. This is a problem. These massive disparities severely influence what questions are asked and who gets to develop the power associated with digital data, which is an important reason to invest in near-time community science efforts that rely less on academic gatekeeping, even as we work to transform educational institutions. And I really love the work being done by indigenous data sovereignty efforts that are channeling resources into training of the next generation. And then finally, opposition from corporations and governments remains a serious force that undermines the capacity of communities to direct the creation of knowledge that supports our needs and keeps us safe. Community access to data hasn't really gotten that much easier since 2014, with too many research endeavors working at the whims of whatever latest billionaire runs the show. That's why this week, a group of journalists, community researchers, civil society organizations, and academics launched the Coalition for Independent Technology Research, which works to advance, defend, and sustain the right to ethically study the impact of technology on society. We're a US-focused organization that coordinates mutual aid, advocacy, legal defense, and other services, and we invite you all to join. And the more lawyers we can have in our corner, the stronger we are. So overall, community knowledge sovereignty saves lives. It can help us work towards the kind of digital worlds where people truly flourish. Achieving this is hard, since we operate within structures of knowledge and power that aren't designed to support it. So I'm excited and grateful to be part of this conversation where people are taking on these challenging questions.
Thank you very much. And next up, we have John Newman, who is currently serving as the Deputy Director of the Federal Trade Commission's Bureau of Competition, overseeing a variety of enforcement matters. He's also a professor on leave at the University of Miami School of Law. John, please go ahead. We're going to try to get you up on the screen. Thanks.
All right, great. Well, great to see everyone, even if you can't see me yet. Apologies for not being there in person. It would have been great to be in the room with you all, but happy to be here virtually. I am going to start out with a confession or an admission, but I'm going to begin with a caveat, of course, that anything I say during this session will be purely my own views, not those of the Federal Trade Commission and or the Bureau of Competition. So with that out of the way, on to my confession. So sovereignty is not a word that comes up very often in antitrust circles. I mean, I think to the extent it does, it's probably most often, am I live? I am. Oh, wonderful. Now you can see me. Great to see you all. So, to the extent sovereignty does come up, I think in antitrust discourse and debates and scholarly dialogue, it's probably most often in connection with, doctrinal questions about the extraterritorial reach of antitrust statutes. So how far does, for instance, the US Sherman Act extend outside of US borders? That sort of thing, which is I think an interesting question, but not really one that I take to be in the spirit of the day. And so my confession is that, my initial reaction when I received this very generous invitation was frankly a bit of puzzlement. What do I have to say about as heady a concept as sovereignty? I'm just a lowly government antitrust enforcer these days. And so I spent some time kind of scratching my head thinking about what could I say. The more I started to thinking about that, though, the more I realized that I think the very fact that I had that initial reaction says something very interesting about the state of play in this field. If a government antitrust enforcer has a kind of blank stare in response to questions like what does antitrust have to do with sovereignty in the state, perhaps we have gone astray somewhere along the lines. So maybe, I thought it would be kind of interesting to reflect on that and sort of transform it or translate it into some discrete points, but really to keep that in mind as a kind of meta commentary on the state of play in this field. Where is it coming from? Perhaps a bit about where is this field going? And with that idea of that heady concept of sovereignty in view as much as possible. So autobiographically, I came of age. I came up through the Department of Justice Antitrust Division during antitrust's end of history era. I think people have explicitly called this the kind of end of history neoliberal consensus era in antitrust law. Things were not always that way, right? I mean, I think, there was a kind of early historical period of antitrust, and then there was famously or infamously the impact of the Chicago School, which, had certain ideas about macroeconomics that were propagated all over the world, but also some ideas about microeconomics, and in particular, some ideas about antitrust law. And that initial wave of Chicago School, the Chicago boys, they were all boys, they actually thought quite deeply about these very fundamental questions, like how are we allocating power in society? What role does antitrust law play directly in doing so? But also as a particularly acute battleground area, kind of like labor law, right? Within this kind of broader war or struggle that marked, all of history, but certainly the 20th and 21st centuries. And here's one of the most interesting quotes I've ever found from Robert Bork, leading light of the Chicago School. He said, "Antitrust is not merely a set of economic prescriptions that's applicable to a sector of the economy. It is much more than that. It is also an expression of a social philosophy, an educative force, and a political symbol of extraordinary potency. Even more," he went on, "antitrust is a microcosm in which larger movements of our society are reflected. Battles fought and won or lost here are likely to affect the outcome of parallel struggles in others." Maybe overselling it just a bit. Bork was an antitrust nerd, so of course he's going to think antitrust is, the most riveting, fascinating area of all. But there's a grain of truth in that, I think, that subsequently kind of got lost. I think, to be sure, there were some, scholars, I'm thinking of folks like Eleanor Fox, for instance, who have always thought about these kinds of deep questions of sovereignty and antitrust and the relationship between them. But many of us became like technicians. We kind of were crudely wielding a set of crude tools, if that makes sense. I think antitrust lawyers to some extent became kind of an auxiliary unit for the industrial organization economists who would engage in these like big mano a mano, battles of the experts. And that's how we would do antitrust law, with these, increasingly arcane mathematical formulas, not a few unfounded assumptions about the way the world really works, et cetera. So that was kind of the era in which I, again, came up through DOJ, then jumped to academia, and now back at the FTC. I've both become part of, I think, a movement, but also sort of had the chance to reflect on the impact of a movement that wherever it's going, I think has ended that end of history era. I think that era is pretty clearly over in our chosen field. There's a new wave of scholars and enforcers, and they've, I think, both put out the call and are responding to the call from the public sphere that antitrust, and much of this was sort of emanating out of digital markets and concerns about the ideas that are the subject of discussion on this panel already and will continue to be after I finish, I'm sure. But you know, the antitrust is not just about like policing output restrictions using partial equilibrium analysis. There's something deep and fundamental going on here, and it either has or should have something to do with the way that we govern digital markets or digital markets govern us. So that end of history era is over. Oh, and I should say, Salil, I trust that you will start yelling at me or waving your hands if and when I run out of time. But until then. So I think it's too early to know exactly where all this is going. But I did have a few observations today, again, kind of focusing on the theme of sovereignty. I'll offer up the caveat that when talking about these concepts, yeah, I'm a little bit, or maybe a lot bit, outside of my orthodox antitrust zone. You know, I'm much more comfortable speaking the language of microeconomics than political economy. But my hope, again, is that this will nonetheless serve of some value, if for nothing else than this kind of meta commentary on this, you know, interesting sort of transition point that the field seems to be in. So with that, you know, any clumsy bumbling on my part, I hope you'll forgive. And try this postmodern exercise. Three areas I'd like to touch on. The first is consumer sovereignty versus a sort of alternative conception of like free and fair opportunities to compete. The very first paper that came to mind when I got the invitation to join this conversation today is a classic in the field. It's Averitt and Land's Consumer Sovereignty, a Unified Theory of Antitrust and Consumer Protection Law. And in this paper, it basically starts out saying antitrust and consumer protection law share a common purpose in that both are intended to facilitate the exercise of consumer sovereignty or effective consumer choice. And the paper goes on to explain, you know, legal protections like antitrust law and consumer protection law are required as a practical matter only when the free market is not working properly. Which is the sort of statement that would just set a law and political economy type's teeth on edge. But you know, this idea, which is a very interesting one, of consumers as sovereigns, who either do if the free market is working properly, or should if it's not working properly, be ruling the land, is one that's a fairly recent vintage, right? You know, some of these antitrust laws have been around for like well over 100 years. They are the product in part of popular movements, collectivist movements, labor groups, farmers who were not upset about paying high prices as consumers, but were upset about low wages, were upset about high costs of getting your grain to market, for instance, right? If it has to run over a monopoly railroad, that sort of thing. And there's a useful sort of principle in there that's been buried, I think, during the end of history period. But this idea of consumers as sovereigns, right? That they are the ones who rule the land, you know, all powerful, can lead, I think, to some very unfortunate places. So, you know, you think about a case like FTC v. Superior Court Trial Lawyers Association, where the Federal Trade Commission went after a group of public interest lawyers who were trying to engage in like a collective work stoppage in order to get higher wages. You know, that sort of thing just seems like an example of an antitrust enterprise that has lost its way, right? Or you fast forward to a digital context. You look at the FTC and the DOJ jointly filing a brief where they're essentially arguing on behalf of Uber and Lyft and against a Seattle city ordinance that would let ride-hailing drivers engage in collective negotiation. Again, that seems to me to be an example of an enterprise that has clearly lost its way and forgotten what it's supposed to be about, right? So, you know, supposedly this consumer sovereignty idea is broad enough to capture things like harm to workers. For instance, when the DOJ just won a case trying to block the merger of Penguin Random House and Simon & Schuster, the old guard were very quick to point out, like, oh yeah, our consumer welfare, our consumer sovereignty standard could catch that. It could be broad enough to catch that. On the other hand, it's like, why didn't y'all do it then? There's not been a single case like this during my entire professional career. So there's, a kind of facade, I think, that's been built up around this idea of consumers as sovereigns, where the enterprise doesn't even seem to further that goal, which may not be the right goal very well. So I think what we've seen is a shift to some extent toward, instead of consumers as all-powerful sovereigns, this idea of free and fair opportunities to compete and targeting concentrated economic power rather than sort of just formalistically looking at collectivism as an enemy, right? I think that's an important shift. It brings me to the second point I wanted to just touch on just briefly, and that is the role of states, and here I mean like US states, as sort of market organizers, as sovereigns in their own right. And that idea, right, thinking of things like state regulatory boards and licensing boards, has a really long pedigree, right, going all the way back to like guilds in the feudal era. But for a little while during the end of history neoliberal era in antitrust, those types of things, state regulatory boards, were seen as like bipartisan consensus, one of the prime evils that antitrust should really go after, that we should use the scarce resources of federal agencies to crack down on these states that were getting out of hand. I think you've seen to some extent a shift away from that. You haven't seen nearly as many cases being brought against those state boards. So a recognition that, these sorts of state level sovereign entities have a role to play in organizing markets. And when they do so, it's not necessarily some kind of evil cartel every time. And then a third point, just briefly, since I don't see Salil waving at me or yelling at me just yet, is the question of the rule of law. And this is one that I've been kind of thinking about a lot recently, in part because it's come up in a digital context of kind of some resonances, hopefully, with the topics of this symposium. But one of the most fascinating lines I've seen ever in a legal brief was a line in a brief submitted by Meta, formerly Facebook, now Meta, along with Within, which is a VR app company, in response to an ongoing lawsuit that the Federal Trade Commission has filed against these two companies challenging their proposed merger. Toward the end of this brief, the defendants write, seemingly having run out of arguments, paraphrasing, now quoting, the FTC reveals its true colors as central planner, right? So raising the specter of state as sovereign and kind of setting that up as like the prime evil that a court should never entertain. I think that's so fascinating to me because it in part seems like a kind of vestige of this like old guard way of thinking about things that sort of ignores the role and therefore the rule of law, right? It's like writing the state out of existence and saying that there's a clean demarcation between state and market, such that anytime the state tries to block a merger, it must be acting as central planner. I think the world has frankly moved on from that conception. And I think events like this one, which are really sort of teeing up the idea of sovereignty qua sovereignty as something to not just take as a sort of granted concept and not to accept the current demarcation or division of power, is really indicative of like a conversation that's going on in antitrust as well. What is the right role of various like groups within society? What role should government enforcers play? These are all like questions that I think are very much at the forefront in ways that they just weren't 5 years ago, 10 years ago. So wrapping up, again, I'm very honored to be a part of this conversation. I'll say again, I'm not sure that I have extremely valuable thoughts to offer, but I hope that this sort of intervention is again a reflection on a state of play in a field that's much more accepting and much more interested in these conversations than it was historically.
Thank you very much, John. Last but not least, we have Ragana Powdy, human rights researcher and ethnographer working at the intersection of technology, human rights, and migration. She is the founder and executive director of Localization Lab, a nonprofit organization that works on technology adoption with local communities. She is a current research fellow at the Harvard Kennedy School's Carr Center for Human Rights. Please go ahead.
So much. I'd like to start by telling you a story about a plane crash. When I was in grade school, the war in Bosnia was already well underway, and we had about 15 minutes. I'm sorry, originally, but about 15 minutes to gather our things and put them in bags and run to the airport and board a cargo plane to be smuggled out while we were under siege, living under siege. And this was exactly 30 years and 6 months and 14 days ago. It was my mom, my brother, and I, and we come from a so-called mixed family where we're different ethnicities. The plane was supposed to head towards Rome, but as it was taking off, it was a cargo plane. Again, my first plane ride, and there were no seats, and it was or drink service or anything. It was just an empty cargo plane. It got hit in the tail section, and then immediately started crashing. And the nearest airport where you can go to was in Serbia, where the rocket came from, and didn't land in the commercial airport. It landed in the military airport. It was like the worst place it could possibly land. That's where we crash landed. And we became refugees. And thanks to a number of really kind strangers, and I work with refugees, and I sometimes say, you know, you forget people who are cool. Eventually you do, they stay with you, but you really never forget people who were kind to you when they didn't have to be kind to you. But thanks to them, we got smuggled into Hungary, who did not allow any refugees from Bosnia to come in. People were chased up to the border, I think, under horrible circumstances during those 4.5 years, and people were denied entry. And that part is important because this has been perpetuated over and over and over again, not just in Hungary, but here as well, and around Australia, as we'll go into in a minute. Yeah, but I thought I want, and eventually smuggled into Slovenia and into Croatia and other places, passed around the foster care system of Europe, European refugee system. And I want to say, when we imagine borders today in 2022, it's worth asking, where does the border start and where does it end? Because this picture has changed quite a lot. And I work with refugees. I'm an anthropologist, so I like to understand how somebody understands borders, how somebody understands passports, how somebody understands different policy, and also how they're enacted. Sorry, I talk a lot with my hands, be careful. I see two very clear ways that people's imagination and how they imagine the border has changed. And the first one is, it's the border, the no man's land. The border has moved, in this case, US border has moved further north and further south. In one case, as one person described, it's come to my house, it came to my house. It's done through surveillance and through trade agreements. And the second way, really importantly, is it's moved to the body through biometric ID surveillance and surveillance of personal phones. We are currently undertaking research at Localization Lab on the impact of US border surveillance on asylum seekers and refugees around Central Asia, Central America, rather, not Central Asia, in there. So we're looking at systemic inequalities, racial inequalities, in particular for asylum seekers who are coming towards the US border. And to understand the conditions of that border, imperialism
poses both producing the necessity for migration and also tracking and criminalizing migrants in this way is necessary to approach our research through really understanding how people move in digital and ontic spaces, or some people say digital spaces, and how these structures travel across colonial state and digital spaces. Borders have always existed beyond lines on a map, as Harsha Walia said, and physical nation state. Though today, partly due to intrusive surveillance technology, these borders are experienced very differently by passport holders from global north countries than asylum seekers trying to reach these countries. And it's critical to understand how this vulnerable community experiences the idea of a border today, where the border truly begins, and with regard to the growing use and outsourcing of border surveillance. Because those two are important. I think not just the growing use of surveillance, but also the fact that it's outsourced and privatized, and there's little oversight there of what happens, how this information is produced, who has access to it. And the worst of all, I think, is when you're sitting in that chair, giving your story to somebody who's deciding whether or not to grant you asylum, they have a whole file on you that they've been compiling before you even entered the southern Mexico border. And you don't know whether they have a file, you don't know what's in here. And it's, in my experience, it's usually one person holding a phone with a whole community who's doing information brokering, translating. They are the ones that hold the power of understanding what's about to happen to us, where to go, who to trust. You don't know whether my file has been mixed with the person who I'm traveling with. So touching on the first point, the border has moved further north. Thomas Nail in the theory of the border conceptualizes borders not as stick dividers that prevent movement, but rather, if we imagine it rather as technologies that control and process movement in a kind of fluid dynamic. U.S. Customs and Border Patrol, or U.S. Customs and Border Protection, a federal agency tasked with patrolling the U.S. border in areas that function like a border, claim a territorial reach much larger than we initially imagined. Their jurisdiction, they claim, spans 100 miles into the interior United States from any land or maritime border. A federal law says that without a warrant, CBP can board vehicles and vessels and search for people without immigration documentation, quote, within a reasonable distance from any external boundary of United States. These external boundaries include international land borders, but also entire US coastline. So unlike other federal agencies, CBP officers are uniquely granted extraordinary, unprecedented powers. These extraordinary powers state that officers are able to racially profile, stop and frisk, detain, interrogate, and arrest anyone without a warrant or reasonable suspicion. The Fourth Amendment is intended to protect all people against unreasonable searches and seizures, but not there. Every other federal law enforcement agency except CBP requires either a warrant or, quote, reasonable grounds for an officer to act without a warrant. And 2/3 of the US population currently live within this 100-mile border. So Washington, DC, Philly, San Francisco, Chicago, and New Orleans, Boston. And because these are considered border cities, federal border and immigration agents assert the power to board public transportation or set up interior checkpoints to stop, interrogate, and search children on their way to school, parents on their way to work, families going to doctor's appointments. I want to say also that I've seen similar policies in place in the EU and traveling with groups of asylum seekers and migrants from Middle East, from around Africa, from South Asia. And once a couple from Dominican Republic that got on the wrong plane. I had never been the person to be picked out of that line. It was always people that I was traveling with. It's an extremely racist system that has no oversight whatsoever. The second way that the border has changed, the US border has changed, is that it moves further south. And by this, so each year, tens of thousands of migrants and asylum seekers travel through Central America, towards the US border, most of whom today rely on smartphones and social media to map their journeys, to send and receive money, to stay connected. And this is the kind of work that we're doing research on, to understand what do people do, and more importantly, what don't they do because they're afraid of US surveillance. What kind of danger does this put Indigenous people in? What kind of danger does this put women in, on their way on their journey rather? And so over the past 20 years, much of the work traditionally done by US agencies, this is true in Australia and EU and US, like Customs and Border Patrol, have been outsourced to neighboring countries through trade agreements, and more recently to private sector. Palantir has 2 large contracts processing data on undocumented migrants within the United States, while surveillance of potential migrants and asylum seekers coming towards the US border is done by companies like Celebrate. And they use social media exploits to be able to find your location data, to look for patterns, and to put these folders about you if you are an asylum seeker. To get refugee status protection from UNHCR, the main UN agency for refugees, you have to arrive at a border to claim asylum. So if Mexican or Honduran police are preventing you from entering the border further north, or moving towards the US, which they are, this makes it much more difficult. The trend of outsourcing border enforcement has developed the post 9/11 era, done predominantly by destination countries in the global north. So the US outsources the enforcement of its southern border through Guatemala and Mexico. The EU has similar agreements with Libya and Turkey, the famous 2016 Turkey deal. And Australia outsources border enforcement to Papua New Guinea and other neighboring countries. This work is done heavily done on colonial lines. And it's often done by making it part of or conditions of trade and aid agreements. Outsourcing of surveillance of borders and migrants to the private sector has also become a norm in these countries. The surveillance of border and migrants is done through satellite imagery and drones. And it's increasingly relying on data extraction for companies like Celebrate. I want to also mention in the EU, I wrote a paper 3 years back about the Digital Agency of Refugees. Eurosur, the European Surveillance Agency, also does this through Celebrate, through drone and maritime interference of boats. Eurodac, which is the European dactyloscopy system, fingerprints what are called irregular migrants. So anybody who arrives at the border or by boat without a visa. These are, by law, can be taken by force. So if you don't have bodily autonomy, how can we argue for digital rights if we don't have autonomy over our own bodies? As I was mentioning to Laura earlier, I've worked with people who have told me why they've burned off their fingerprints, why they've sanded them off. And while the Dublin Agreement, it's not directly due to the Dublin Agreement, but because they don't know what's happening to them. No one tells them. As a child, when I was going through this, several times I remember having my fingerprints put in ink and then on a piece of paper, understanding that somebody's taking my fingerprints, but nobody explains anything to you because they don't have to. Because you're too stupid and too incapable to understand what's happening to you, and because they don't have to. And I want to say also, many people that I spoke to, because of such lack of care, and even though there are policies in place that are meant to protect people's data, no one enforces this. And because of this, one man from Afghanistan I was interviewing was telling me, he's experienced so much physical abuse on his way to Europe. And he got to this Greek island and was telling me, I really thought they were burning my hand. I thought they were going to hurt me more. When he was telling me they were taking his fingerprint because they were putting it on a hot box. It's not like when I was a kid when you can see your fingerprint. It's a clear box and it's really hot because it's been on the whole day. And Frontex isn't going to put their hand on there, but my point really being is our imagination of how certain technologies work, and trying to meet people at their eye level and to treat them in a dignified way is completely it's not a priority at all here. I'll make this quick. I think I'm running over time. All right. the border has moved to the body. And so this is done through mobile surveillance, but also through biometric surveillance. Asylum seekers and refugees are expected to give vast amounts of personal information and biometric data while traveling through the asylum process in the European Union, as well as coming through the southern US border. They need to be able to trust the people and organizations requesting like really personal data of experiencing sexual violence, witnessing torture, witnessing war crimes. So the things that are going to give you asylum are not explicitly said, but it's rather you tell me your story 4 times, backwards, forward, including asking for where was your child born, your entire medical history. So they want to gather as much information about you as they can. Throughout this process, asylum seekers and refugees are stripped of their digital agency as they're forced to give up information and biometric data that they are no longer in sole possession of. And drawing on the definition of agency from sociology and cognitive science, digital agency can be defined as a sense of ownership and control over one's own electronic data and ability to independently create, access, and make informed decisions about it. The target almost immediately the COVID-19 pandemic became justification for governments to use even more intrusive surveillance technology than refugees and migrants around in the US and coming towards the US. And in some cases, we're forcing them to wear wristbands that track location movement. That was in Canada. All of which is to say, so biometrics have become just commonly used, not just by states, but also by the aid sector and by UN agencies as well. And there's no oversight there. You can't sue the UN if they decide to give your data to somebody else. Aid agencies are also protected by specific rights, so they can collect, and they do collect facial recognition as well as fingerprints. I'll end this by saying sociologist Mimi Scheller, who I really love, argues in the book Mobility Justice that freedom of mobility for some citizens, tourists, business people is only made possible through organized exclusion of others, forced to move around as illegal aliens, migrants, or refugees. And what she means by this is that there's a price to pay for what she calls frictionless mobility. So global entry and TSA pre-check and the platinum Sky Mile status all come at a cost when we are reinforcing colonial mobility systems by keeping people out. And had that plane crash happen today, just knowing all of the different ways that people are used to surveil, the states are used to surveil people and keep them out, I'm quite confident that we wouldn't have survived that. And it's a struggle to keep in mind that while I'm part of one system, it's keeping other people disadvantaged as well. And I'll end there.
Thank you. Now we have about 15 minutes for questions and answers that can be directed at any or all of the members of our panel. Thank you.
Hey, thank you so much. It's really just a follow-up question for Dragana, not correctly, but I was wondering, so the US State Department a couple of years ago put into place a requirement that visa applicants submit their social media handles on their visa application forms. Going back 5 years, all of the social media handles that they used on all of the major platforms. I was wondering in your work with asylum applicants and refugees, whether or not that requirement has had a significant chilling effect on their willingness to use social media, and if so, what that looks like for those populations.
I'm just going to hold this whole thing. Really interestingly, so I went to, this is really heavy, sorry, there we go. When the Ukraine crisis started, I was in Tijuana because 28,000 people came through the Mexican US border. Title 42, which is basically suspended asylum, was suspended for Ukrainian citizens for something like almost 4 weeks. In that period, when I was processing people's Southburg with asylum aid, the same kind of situation that I see literally everywhere else in the world is very different. People came with all of their social media deleted, all of it. And I need this to be able to build a case that you're coming from Kharkiv, if you're coming from this part of Ukraine. I need to be able to show that you have a history of threats, that you have a history of, that your house was burned down. I need to show proof that you live at your address, if your kid doesn't have certain paperwork. So none of this, for this particular population, it was very extreme. And I think it's probably, not probably, but it comes from when there's lack of consistent and clear information from official sources. This is where rumors start, and I don't know how it ended for some of them, because I think you don't think about that part, that okay, well, this might actually destroy my asylum case because I can't show any proof.
Just to add to that, that is something that a lot of, especially since I hate this phrase, but it captures a Muslim ban. It is something that a lot of Somali refugees do before they leave Arabia or wherever it's to leave their entire social media presence, which has exactly the same thing that we're talking about. Essentially, especially if you're a minor, you don't have an ID card, you don't have a passport, you don't own property, you have nothing else that actually proves that you existed before this. And it's a huge problem with age determinations, because you can't actually prove the suspicion for a lot of African migrants in the south of Europe is that they're older than they actually are. And so people can't actually prove that they're minors, and then they get their asylum applications rejected because they have actually no way of making that determination. I just mentioned.
I want to thank you all. It's been a great panel. I wanted to get your thoughts on the development of a pseudo collective when it comes to privacy data and investigations with open source investigations, how the best parts of it being decentralized and not subject to sovereign, autocratic, and oppressive standards, it also leaves itself vulnerable to abuses from malicious parties, and how you think that is helpful and how it needs to be changed in the future to not be abused.
Nathan's got his hand up.
Yeah, go ahead, Nathan.
Hi. Yeah, so this is one of the things that we wrestled with in this the study I mentioned, right? We have in this case, it's a conflict situation where you have people trying to intimidate and threaten others. And we face this question about consent and autonomy that as researchers in US institutions, the whole research ethics framework that we operate under is one that prioritizes individual autonomy and consent. And that can be a problem when you have not just a two-party arrangement where you have researchers and participants, but you have participants who represent potential risks to each other and potentially researchers who could represent risks to participants. And so there's a paper that Brian Keegan and I wrote about how to think about the ethical and moral issues at play in kind of multi-party conflict situations, and how to construct decision rules that can allow you to say no to research that shouldn't happen, while still enabling research that protects people who are at risk. I don't think we necessarily solved it in that paper, but I do think that we were able to highlight some characteristics of decision-making processes that can be helpful under those circumstances. I think more generally, the risk from researchers is also a really important one. And there's a great paper by Ian Lundberg, Karen Levy, and some others that looks at how you threat model data sharing endeavors and make decisions about what kind of access to grant people in those kinds of challenges. And particularly, they were looking at a research project that involved sensitive data about minors' interactions with law enforcement. So those would be two things that I think might be helpful that are coming from the social sciences and the world of computer science as we engage with these really difficult questions.
I want to connect the question you asked to something Dragana said at the end of her presentation. Because a lot of times open source investigations are a crucial tool in investigation of abuses in war and armed conflict. It's a primary tool for conducting war crime investigations in our day. But it ties to this fact that the entities who are engaging in these forms of open source data collection are also the entities with the least amount of understanding of privacy and data protection standards. A sense that because they are immune for the data protection rules of any one state, because they are international organizations, they are therefore now bound by them. That is the best example of that is a case called El Ayash, which was decided by the Special Tribunal for Lebanon. In that case, the prosecutor demanded access to 10 years worth of geolocation data in Lebanon as part of the investigation of the murder of El-Hariri. And the defense obviously challenged that for privacy reasons. And the court tells them, we're Chapter 7 court, we're talking about human rights law, we're about human rights. That was the scope of the analysis, let alone that they also claimed that there was nothing wrong in terms of proportionality or necessity in collecting 10 years worth of geolocation data. In June, together with my colleague Russell Buchan, we put out a book called The Right to Privacy and Data Protection in Times of Armed Conflict. It was published by NATO, CCD, COE. There's a chapter in there that talks about data protection obligations of international organizations, including the ICRC. As I was launching the book, next to me sat a legal advisor from the ICRC. They did not like my chapter so much. But I think that the conversation Dragana started here about, we're talking about states as these actors who conduct surveillance, but even actors who want to do good can cause so much harm if they do this improperly.
Any other questions? All right, if not, thank you everyone. Thank you everyone and our panelists for joining us today. And we have another panel to come.
Hi, everyone. Okay, so welcome to the final panel of the day. And thank you so much to all of the previous panels for setting up a lot of context for this panel. We're going to be focusing on the individual in all of this. So trying to locate the individual within state sovereignty, political sovereignty. Where does that leave individual sovereignty specifically? So to kick things off, we'll actually we'll be starting with Juan. Juan Ortiz-Cuellar is an affiliate at the Berkeley Science Center, where he explores how information infrastructures are being re-networked as a result of geopolitical tensions and the impact that this has on the sustainability and evolution of our ecosystems of knowledge.
Thank you so much. So I wanted to start off with some keywords, some definitions, so we can kind of ground the conversation, and then I'm going to unleash those definitions and see how they start moving around. There's a QR in some of the slides, so you can go to the references in case you want to dig deeper. Some of this is part of a report I prepared for Just Labs called Datafication and the Future of Human Rights. And some of it hopefully will be grown into a piece for Temple. So today I'm going to start with some definitions, as I was saying, identity and sovereignty. Then I'm going to define crisis of contradiction, and we're going to discuss change as a change in categories. And so we'll be looking at technological changes and how these technological changes are the ones that enable new categories, and the challenges that this is creating for human rights. So I will be discussing identity as a lens, as the way in which people find meaning and experience to their lives. And this is a definition that comes from Manuel Castells in Power of Identity. For example, we can think of, say, religion or gender or nationality are things that people oftentimes think of as their identity, the way in which they view the world. And sovereignty, I would say, is power over. And so we can say the sovereign identity is something like the ability of individuals to reorder the categories and values through which they see the world. And so identity crisis, that's the idea that the government gave me some weeks ago. And we can see that, for example, they consider that there are some categories that are so fundamental that I have to carry this around. So when I was at the airport, they wanted to look at this, and they have those sets of characteristics which they think represent me, right? And so that includes my name, which is perhaps the equivalent of the unique ID string. But also some categories like address, age, and sex that will determine the types of things I get access to in this country. For example, whether or not I will get some subsidy, or whether or not the government will inform me through a text message that there is a tsunami, or whether or not I can drink at a bar. And when we think of how categories are shaping history and the question of crisis, something that came to mind is dialectical reason, right? We have a clash, and then we have a synthesis. And so in philosophy of nature, Hegel states, all cultural change reduces itself to a difference of categories. All revolutions, whether in sciences or world history, occur merely because mind, guys, has changed its categories in order to understand and examine what belongs to it, in order to possess and grasp itself in a truer, more intimate and unified manner. And there's also Hombre Constructivo from Joaquin Torre Garcia, a Uruguayan artist. And so he's, I think, embodying what he sees as the man of his time, right? So it's these combinations of architecture. Uruguay is, on a river and on the sea, so all these references to sailing. And then Marx and Engels pick up on this dialectical system, but they flip it on its head, right? They think that what changes things is technology, is the means of production that shape the way we live and shape how we view the world. And so in the Communist Manifesto, for example, they say differences of age and sex have no longer any distinctive social validity for the working class. All are instruments of labor, more or less expensive to use according to their age and sex. And so when we think of the technological shifts that are taking place today, I think there are two that perhaps are most relevant. One being digitization, which I will define as the transformation of content into a format that can be rendered by a machine, and datification that perhaps goes a step further and translates a phenomenon into a structured format so that it can be tabulated, analyzed, and acted upon by a machine. And so how will we assess the impact of technology on our identity lens? I will propose two kind of steps. First, how others see us, and then how we see the world. And so one of the things that comes to mind of this ongoing shift in how others see us is what Alice Marwick and Dana Boyd refer to as context collapse. And this is something that I think most of you have gone through. We used to have a set of roles with our family, with our colleagues, with friends from university, friends from school. And suddenly through social media, all these groups and all these roles that we had managed to keep separate in the physical world suddenly collapsed. And so we would have, say, our grandparents commenting on posts that we meant to friends from high school. We would have maybe a college professor see that we were liking the picture of a friend who may or may not, be in a decent situation. And so what they refer to is context collapse, of the flattening of multiple audiences into a single context. And so what this does is when we used to have roles that we could play around, it forces those into a single one. And so it puts into question what our identity is. And we need to negotiate that with all of those audiences. And then comes datification, which allows a lot of regroupings, right? So datification is being leveraged to segment and group. And the question is whether those groupings will become relevant at the expense of the notion of the individual. So the individual might become, for these systems, yet another set of characteristics that are collective, a unit of analysis that is considered at times too broad, or at other times too narrow to be considered relevant or useful. And so we can think of these classification systems that are often used for micro-targeting, for example, that might basically overlap many characteristics. In this case, we can see, for example, a system that is doing a multi-class classification into 3 groups. What some of these systems, say on Facebook or Google, are doing for targeting ads goes into the hundreds of classifications. And so they might be targeting me because I am Argentinian, around in my 30s. I have been traveling to this university, and so they might think, well, maybe this guy wants to drink, this soft drink. But what it's creating is a new category, something that is synthetic. It's not, Argentinian plus in his 30s, but it's rendered into a string of letters, for example, that might put me into a group of 50 people that at that point are the most relevant for that specific ad. And then when we put together digitization and datification, what I think we're living through in this moment is that we're seeing through the platforms, right? And so the panopticon is not just, one in which we're subjected to, but we're also seeing through the panopticon. And it becomes a bit of a kaleidoscope view, right? We open our feeds of news and we can see something happening in Ukraine and something happening in Iran and something happening in Las Vegas at the same time. And we need to deal with that. It's something that is somewhat novel. Colleague mine at the Berkman at one point had an application called Rhinobird that I think embodied this feeling very poignantly. It's represented with the rhinoceros and the bird on top of it, and so the rhinoceros depends on the bird to get an extra pair of eyes, and that basically allows it to be more protected. And so the app was designed for events, and so we know that everyone's with their camera out. You could go to an event and suddenly be seeing the event through, say, 50 cameras, 50 different vantage points. And so if before we had, that something like the blind man and the elephant, where nobody was actually seeing the elephant, they were all stuck in parts. Now we're seeing so many perspectives that it's very difficult to think of what the elephant actually is. If we search for images of elephant, we get so many versions of elephant that it's very different to what we would picture in our minds. And so if in 1929 Magritte was saying, this is a representation, this is not actually the type, something that is resonating with us today is the concept of something like the everything data in everything everywhere all at once, where we're just collapsing information. And so what we're going through is a distributed gaze, right? So in 1937, Picasso painted a portrait of Dora Maar that became kind of a breakthrough at the moment within that milieu. And what he was representing was 2 perspectives on the same person and collapsed into a single person. And what it represented was that he, as an artist, could move and see this person from 2 different perspectives, and yet, place her as one, and tell us she's more than what we see at any given point. And I think what we're going through now is a radical version of that, of not just 2 perspectives of that are human, but what Mackenzie and Munster in a 2019 paper called Platform Seeing refer to as an ensemble, but a new ensemble. And so they say these contemporary image ensembles are not simply quantitatively beyond our imagining, but qualitatively not of the order of representation. Their operativity cannot be seen by an observing subject, but rather is enacted via observation, events distributed throughout and across devices, hardware, human agents, and artificial network architectures, such as deep learning networks. And this is a character that doesn't exist. For example, this is created by DALI GPT-3. This person doesn't exist. That setting doesn't exist. And it's not even a collection of many people, right? It's something that is qualitatively different from a person. And so the question is whether this is going to redefine the way we understand rights. And I think we are seeing some reactions to these processes because governments aren't isolated, lawyers don't live in a bubble, they're also going through this. And so we've seen in 2017, for example, the Indian government trying to, or making the claim that privacy is a Western construct. We're seeing US scholars, is also mentioned, arguing that privacy perhaps should be formalized as a group right. Chinese regulators demanding that algorithms that operate as this lens uphold mainstream value orientations. EU courts arguing, that US multinationals should not take data from EU citizens and carry it to the US, which is, their natural ally. So we see that some of these categories are shifting. And so in conclusion, is there a crisis in identity? I think very much so. Are individuals in control over this identity lens? Are they sovereign? I don't think it's the case. I don't know if it was ever the case, but I think it's clearly not the case now. And what is the key driver of this crisis? I think it's a technological shift, which is creating new groups and classifications, new categories that aren't of the order of the subject as we know it. And so I think the question that we should grapple with is should we prepare for these changes, accepting that they're going to happen? Is it something that we should work towards shaping in the sense that there is something valuable in it, as long as we manage to shepherd it in the right direction? Or is this inherently problematic and we should organize in order to resist this change? Thank you.
So next up, we have Cynthia Conti-Cook, a tech fellow working with the Ford Foundation's Gender, Racial, and Ethnic Justice team to help build grantees' capacity to respond to the expanding use of surveillance technologies against immigrant communities, as well as the potential use of technology to criminalize people who seek or aid abortions. Cynthia, great, there you are.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. I'm happy to be with you virtually. Thank you for the invitation. I'll be sharing my remarks today in my personal capacity and not speaking on behalf of Ford at all, but I do want to give you a short introduction to how I have come to think about these issues very differently, perhaps, than sort of in a traditional academic sense. I came to the work of technology very strangely. I was an attorney in a public defender office, and because I had identified a pattern of police misconduct and had worked inside of a few coalitions that had agreed having a database of police misconduct information would be really helpful, I became familiar with some of the ins and outs of what it takes to create a database and took a certification and a course that gave me some grounding in that information. One of the other things that happen at nonprofits is that once you become the person that sort of has a tolerance for something like technology, you become the person that is asked to do anything that is adjacent to technology. And so I started to work really closely with our digital forensics unit, and that gave me really crucial insight into what it means to have a digital forensic extraction of your smartphone device or your laptop or your Fitbit or anything like that. It is very common. In fact, it is mostly routine for police during the course of an investigation to ask someone to hand over their phone, to hand over their devices. And what they then do is not sort of to scroll through your phone, but they plug it into this forensic device. Member of the previous panel spoke about it briefly, a Cellubrite type of device or any other kind of mobile digital forensics device. And then it produces what can be a very sophisticated digestion of what's on that device, something that you can sort of click through and organize by social network or calendar or chronology. And it can also just be like a PDF that's 2,000 pages and you keyword search something like the word abortion. And you can go through then, depending on what privacy settings people have on their phones, but not too much. You can really go through someone's phone. And I've done this with former clients. I've had to go through their phone and understand what the police and prosecutors would be understanding about their phone. So I give that introduction just to say that that is a really crucial piece of information and experience that I brought with me when I was asked to write about what it would mean for the impact of surveillance technology to collide with what was very obviously going to be the future deeper criminalization of abortion and pregnancy loss related charges. And so I wrote an article called Surveilling the Digital Abortion Diary. And it was about exactly that. It was about what it means for so much information that we co-create with our digital devices on a daily basis to create this this digital diary. And I don't mean by that like a digital version of writing in Notepad every day about your thoughts and processing your stuff. I mean by digital diary, something that is sort of a pixelated profile of who we are, a reduction of our authorship or our autobiographies, sort of a bypassing the co-creators of the narration of our stories in really significant ways. So I like to think of like what would happen if you asked your phone to tell the story at your wedding of how you met your significant other. Sort of how would that skew? How would it perhaps more traumatize? How would it perhaps change the story that then your family and everyone who comes to your wedding sort of knows about how you met? And how does that impact the network that supports you? And so think about that, like think about how disruptive it might be for our digital devices to have control over the narrative of crucial parts of our life like that. And now imagine instead of a wedding, this is a courtroom. And that instead of sort of maybe familial reputational disruptions, you're actually having a digital device that you rely on in really crucial ways every day, basically digitally incriminating you, even when you are exercising your right not to self-incriminate on the stand. And so there are many legally significant ways that these devices are being used to describe the stories of our lives. And so in this context, in this example of being in a court case or being in a courtroom where your digital diary is basically being read in the context of something like your pregnancy loss, losing control of that narrative has very high cost individually. It also has very high cost more conceptually. In a broader context, policies that are passed based on pixelated narratives, so based on narratives that maybe don't have a full set of training data, for example, around policing, where there's data gaps and where there's police misconduct data that has been missing for decades because of very particular statutes that were passed in the 70s to prevent publicity of police misconduct, police disciplinary information. For example, in my work in, under Progressive Mayor de Blasio in New York City in 2017, there was an order to remove from public access the historical archive of police disciplinary data. And that was a moment when this, the importance of data gaps and how stories are told and how the access to information really changes what narrative is possible to draw from it and therefore what policies are possible to fight for, really drove home the amount of harm that was happening as a result of not having access to information like police misconduct. Especially, and that becomes even more important in the context of today's debates about the role of policing in public safety. We don't have a full picture, for example, of the harm that they have been involved with in the past. And it is this way that when we think about the role of digital technology and the individual, I think a lot about law as a technology and how it was legal technology that allowed those statutes to exist and allowed the full universe, for example, of information about public safety and the role of police to not be available. And so I submit that legal technology and digital technology, or that like law and data are just different ways of knowing, and that digital technology presents a new way of knowing, and that there's a lot of similarities, like the knowledge about how to manipulate those technologies is held by a few, often privileged people, that access to that knowledge requires investment in years of study, that the training data for both is precedential, is the training data of the past. It is accumulated over years, and interpretation slightly differs amongst the programmers. And oh boy, is there an industry built on it, right? But at the end of the day, it is coding, whether you're writing in R or penal code. And to return to one's question, I would sort of say yes to both. Like, yes, we fuel and shape and resist the crisis in identity and individual identity, but we also don't resist, I think, how we understand that identity and what that means is fundamentally sort of changing too. And we can embrace those new aspects of being more connected to transform ourselves, our laws, the role of individual identity in them, how those tools work and how we use them and how we can better use them. And we can also use them to understand other people's needs, so that if we have the opportunity to rewrite a program, we can do it better from the beginning. I'll just end by saying that yes, also to the last question, that we need to better understand the broader forces that are really keen on using these powerful digital and legal technologies for oppression. And understand that there's a global movement of activists who believe that they are entitled to dominate the earth. They have seized power often in bad faith. They are deeply invested in supporting a grand false narrative. They will erase history to support that narrative, and they will use surveillance and legal technologies to shine the gaze in all of our shadows, while simultaneously covering and seriously controlling the narrative within theirs. But we can transform those through laws, through digital technologies. We can transform them and learn and go beyond simply fighting to and mitigating harm, to really envision and dream systems that are centered around preventing harm and suffering.
Thank you so much, Cynthia. Next, we have Stephen Saltine, a senior fellow in Carnegie's Democracy, Conflict, and Governance program, where he focuses on issues of democracy and technology, human rights, and U.S. foreign policy. He's also the author of The Rise of Digital Repression: How Technology is Reshaping Power, Politics, Resistance.
Great, thank you so much. And I really appreciate being able to participate. And I wish I could have done so in person, but maybe for the next iteration of this symposium. So a lot of my work and my research is focused on looking at various digital repression tools that are used by both authoritarian states and democracies to repress, to advance political objectives, and so forth. And a lot of what I have looked into complements, I think, very well what Cynthia has just laid out, particularly when it comes to digital forensics tools and so forth. As I was thinking about the topic of this panel in particular, I really started to try to think through more deeply a series of difficult questions regarding the balance between individual sovereignty on the one hand and state interests on the other in the digital age. And I think, my entry point is that, on the one hand, there is little question that the universality of individual rights are under unprecedented assault, and that digital norms for privacy and for freedom of expression are eroding. And so if you look at some of the common indicators people use to measure, different instances of protection of free speech and so forth, the Freedom on the Net report is a good starting point. So the most recent report came out about a month ago. It's documented now 12 consecutive years of decline. So scores have declined in 28 countries worldwide, although there has been improvement in the last year in 26. Overall internet fragmentation has expanded worldwide. What that means is that you see 47 different governments cutting residents off from online content published by foreign sources. 22 governments have proposed or passed laws that limit when and how personal data can transfer. And 7 governments are seeking to centralize further control over domestic infrastructure and to physically isolate their networks. And so you look at countries like China, which is expected, and Russia, where you're seeing that tied to the war effort, but even Cambodia is another one of those countries. And so, you know, there's a very strong and continuing trend when it comes to further encroachments and controls by governments when it comes to digital rights. Yet, there are also major questions about whether the balance between individual interests and the public good has somehow gone astray. Hate speech, misinformation, electoral manipulation are all negative externalities that are fairly well established when it comes to social media. The propagation of fringe viewpoints at a moment of global crisis, whether it links to climate change, disinformation, or COVID-19 conspiracy narratives, raises questions about the emphasis on the individual at the expense of the community. The commercial exploitation by platforms facing no meaningful regulation, sort of a neoliberal or liberal model on steroids, I think raises further questions about whether the balance has shifted too far when it comes to government regulation. And then new innovations with frightening potential effects in artificial intelligence, neurotechnology, and other frontier areas where governments, liberal democracies offer little guidance about managing potential harms, I think have further caused concerns to arise. And so I think we have a tension or a conundrum when it comes to the need to have a principled conversation about how to effectuate an appropriate balance between protecting digital rights on the one hand and safeguarding public interest on the other. However, the problem with having this conversation that it is essentially become impossible, that it has become hijacked and manipulated by political entrepreneurs and authoritarians who see any cracks in the conversation when it comes to rebalancing as an opportunity for authoritarian exploitation. So we're caught between several impossible choices. Now, overall, I think there are strong normative and legal protections for individual sovereignty that exist and extend to the digital world. The ICCPR, the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights, as well as the Universal Declaration on Human Rights, protect rights to privacy, opinion, and expression in very forthright ways. And there's a presumption that privacy and expression are intertwined in the digital age. And so if you look for privacy protections, you know, you can look to Article 17 of the ICCPR, which says no one shall be subjected to arbitrary or unlawful interference with their privacy, family, home, or correspondence. And when you look to freedom of expression, you can look to Article 19 of ICCPR or the Universal Declaration, which holds that rights to hold opinions without interference and to seek, receive, and impart information and ideas of all kinds, regardless of frontiers and through any media, are protected. So, and when the state is able to interfere with these rights, it's only authorized by domestic law that is accessible and precise. It must conform to the requirements of the covenant. It must be in the pursuit of a legitimate aim, such as related to the rights and reputation of others, national security, or public order. And it must meet tests of necessity and proportionality. So the bottom line is that narrow exceptions exist, but the presumption in international law and the normative framework is to protect individual rights. So given the digital repression trends that are increasing, yet a strong normative consensus that still remains regarding the importance of preserving digital protections, why is there the type of deterioration that I described at the very beginning? Well, I think there's 3 explanations that are worth probing, and I think hopefully these will be a basis for an interesting conversation amongst the panel. So I think one explanation for the deterioration relates to norm contestation. So I think many citizens view as legitimate state encroachment in civil liberties in the digital age. And I think we have to ask ourselves, why is that? Why is there somewhat of a shift taking place? And I think one reason is that digital is seen as subservient to traditional or analog rights. So for example, think about the right to privacy of the home. That is viewed in one light, but that's viewed in a very different light than the right to privacy of your iPhone. And so even though conceptually they're very linked, the application for many citizens, I think, differs. I think the prevalence of online disinformation has muddied the waters for a lot of citizens as well when it comes to normative understandings of digital rights and right to privacy. It's helped to justify government moderation and regulation of content.
both in liberal democracies as well as in autocratic settings. I think the harms from the individual versus the potential harms of the regulatory state are muddied as well. And I think there's a general outdatedness that people have when it comes to the marketplace of ideas being the final check when it comes to conspiracy theories, misinformation, propaganda proliferating. And then, of course, national security and terrorism concerns are exploited roundly that further undermine normative consensus among citizens about the need to protect freedom of expression at the expense of other interests. I think a second explanation for why there is deterioration relates to the corporate surveillance model and its spillover effects, in the sense that users have been primed by big tech platforms that have diminished expectations of privacy. So think about the platforms that we use routinely. If you use a Google suite of products, your Gmail is monitored and exploited by ads. Social media communications are governed by profit-making algorithms. So what you see is not dictated by what you actually prioritize, but what the algorithm thinks will generate the most revenue. Tech design is predicated on social behavioral exploitation and addiction patterns. And then data marketplace and data brokers further erode privacy. So there's an ecosystem that the majority of citizens are forced into, at least within Web 2 applications, that is specifically predicated on undermining privacy. And so therefore, the expectations that citizens have when it comes to online rights to privacy are therefore diminished. And then the third explanation is non-democratic exploitation. So, leaders see an opportunity to use digital instruments to extend their rule. And this is what I've written about, in my book, The Rise of Digital Repression. They have strong incentives to quash protest movements that are increasingly based online, and that and it's no longer a space that leaders can afford to ignore. So, whether it's the color revolution leading to the Arab Spring, leading into COVID-19, you've seen an increasing trend line where governments and repressive regimes have woken up to the potential challenge to their authority that the online space provides, and therefore have pushed back in very specific ways. And some of the main tools that they use to extend their power range from surveillance, online, physical devices, censorship, disinformation, social manipulation, internet shutdowns, as well as the deliberate targeting of online users. And what we know is that pre-existing repression is the most important predictor of digital repression. So there's very much a strong link between those two. So I want to stop there in terms of those ideas and kind of leave that as food for thought and the opening of a debate where we can sort of probe more deeply and ask ourselves, why is it that there seems to be a normative breakdown when it comes to how citizens conceive the online space? What are some of the contributing factors to that? And then maybe we can also think about what are some responses that can help to reinvigorate and provide resilience to these ideas. So thanks again, and I look forward to the conversation.
Thank you, Steve. Next up, we have Sienna Ansteds, a senior legal advisor with the Citizen Lab on the School of Global Affairs and Public Policy at the University of Mexico. Her work focuses on issues around human rights and surveillance, particularly the targeted surveillance of human rights defenders, journalists, and civil society.
Hi everyone, it's great to be here. I hope I'm still awake. Maybe. Okay. So this presentation is going to build up Stephen's excellent work on digital repression with an eye to understanding how policies of digital repression by authoritarian states extend to transnational spaces. So quickly, I'll just go through a couple definitions. What is transnational repression? What is digital transnational repression? What are the technologies used? What are the impacts we've seen associated with this practice? And then turn to the subject of symposium, individual sovereignty, and then think through in terms of policy responses. So what is transnational oppression, digital transnational oppression? So before looking at the digital components of transnational oppression, we obviously need to understand what transnational oppression is and what I'm referring to. So this describes situations where governments act to silence, harass, or intimidate dissidents and activists, usually nationals of that country, but not always, who are living abroad in what we call a host state, so outside their country of origin, and who challenge the host state. So an often cited example of transnational oppression is the murder of Saudi journalist Jamal Khashoggi by Saudi authorities in Turkey. Another example from just a few weeks ago, following the news, was exposed to a protester who was beaten by several men after being dragged into the grounds of the Chinese consulate in Manchester during a demonstration. These are just two sort of random examples I've picked, but there are many, many more. So in other words, transnational oppression captures situations where states extend their repressive policies and practices outside their territorial borders and into the territories of other states, such as the United States. And states who engage in this practice not only undertake horrific acts of targeted killings or physical harassment of nationals abroad, but it includes a range of tactics from in-person online threats of harassment, kidnapping, intimidation of family members who remain within the country of origin, and digital surveillance. And this is a practice that seems to be increasingly normalized and widespread. It's undertaken not only by very powerful and well-resourced countries, but also less powerful states. For example, Rwanda is well known for its acts of transnational oppression, including in the US. It's happening in a range of host states. So many of these states would generally be considered safe for dissidents and activists, such as say, Canada, the US, and countries in Europe. But Freedom House, there's a recent report by Freedom House, which is quite interesting regarding transnational oppression, and it describes in detail how host states are actually utilized and instrumentalized by countries of origin and end up facilitating transnational oppression. And often this is based on sort of default of excluding refugees and migrants, and that default of exclusion is used by authoritarian regimes. So why is transnational oppression a growing problem? I think deserves attention now. So we're seeing a global slide towards authoritarianism. Transnational oppression represents an important toolkit of the repressive policies and practices that are used by authoritarian regimes. And perhaps most importantly, from the perspective of American policymakers, it's just because we're here today, transnational oppression is an exportation of these repressive policies and practices into many democratic and rights respecting countries. So bringing back to the theme of the symposium as well, transnational oppression raises numerous questions regarding state sovereignty and individual sovereignty. And this is a practice that challenges the international norms and rules around territoriality and state borders. At the same time, and I'll discuss in a bit more further on the presentation, it undermines individual sovereignty as understood by me to be the rights and freedoms of individuals. And I completely forgot to put the slide, apologies. So what is digital transnational oppression? So based on the work of the lab, we work at the intersection of digital technologies and human rights. So we're very interested in digital components. And so this has sort of led us to focus on the digital dimension of transnational oppression. So just very basic, we define digital transnational oppression as situations where countries of origin are engaging in transnational oppression using digital technologies to do this. And it represents, I think, an extension of growing domestic policies and practices of digital authoritarianism that Stephen has written so well about. So where regimes harness information and communication technologies to repress and silence dissent domestically. They don't just do it at home, they do it everywhere. So thinking big picture, digital technologies serve as a mechanism to intensify and expand policies of transnational oppression. It intensifies authoritarianism, provides avenues to exert state violence outside territorial borders and at an international level. I think there are also numerous features of digital technologies that facilitate this intensification and that also make it very difficult to stop. So digital activities are highly scalable. Technology makes it relatively cheap to engage in measures that can silence or constrain dissent originating abroad. There are many options, from spyware to phishing campaigns to social media post takedowns, just to name a few. There's very little accountability for what happens in these situations. It can be extremely challenging to be a human rights defender, to even cover a case, for example, spyware targeting, let alone litigate it successfully. So I think it is likely that we'll see more and more uses of digital technologies to silence dissent, not only at home, but also abroad. And finally, and perhaps most importantly, going back to what was mentioned at the start of the symposium, we need to understand, and this is a head on to our keynote speaker, we need to understand how everyone experiences the internet, particularly those who experience state and other forms of violence on multiple levels. So without this knowledge, our digital space perpetuate the same power imbalances and discrimination that exists in our physical spaces. So I'll talk a little bit about our research program at the lab on this topic, and then bring it back to issues around sovereignty, both state and individual sovereignty. So in I guess the beginning of the year, we published a report on digital transnational oppression in Canada. So the researchers, based on Some I structured interviews with individuals who fled or moved to Canada self-reported as being socially politically active in regards to issues in their countries of origin. Our goal was really to understand the impacts of this type of practice, such as psychological or social, and contribute to a broader set of literature that's now investigating these issues, both digital, transnational oppression, but just the practice more generally. So what are the technologies that we saw used in this practice? And I'll just go through this very quickly. So it was quite diverse. So phishing, malware, account takeover, SIM swapping, account impersonation. I mean, a little bit of everything. Social media, trolling, online harassment, censorship. Through, for example, getting Meta, for example, to take down posts or community group pages or groups. And one interesting dimension I thought in particular was the gender dimension of digital transnational oppression. And we really see women being targeted in a very specific way. With highly sexualized comments, for example, very explicit rape threats. I think this is a reproduction of how women have tended to experience the internet. So adds to that literature. Now, I think the part in terms of relating this back to individual sovereignty, the quite interesting component of this research was trying to explore the social and psychological impacts of being subject to this kind of repeated harassment or surveillance, whether it was verified or perception of that being the case. So we wanted to understand the social and psychological impacts of this practice. So we asked people about, how this was impacting their ability to receive an education and work, to engage with others in their community, both in person and online, and their physical and mental well-being. And across the board, we saw that this practice had significant negative impacts on targeted individuals. For example, negative impacts on health and mental health, hence anxiety, paranoia, stress, and fear, negative impacts on education and work, essentially making it impossible to do anything because you can focus, because you're constantly concerned and worried, self-censorship, where people are limiting, activists are limiting what information they put online, they're terrified of exposing their networks, social isolation, both out of fear that someone else may compromise you, but also out of fear of hurting and harming someone else through your own exposure to the regime, physical security, and we also saw it curbing transnational and social advocacy. So bringing it back to the theme of the symposium. So in the context of this presentation, I mean, this implicit, if not explicit, I'm thinking about individual sovereignty as referring to the fundamental freedoms of each individual as enshrined. It's enshrined, for example, in the ICCPR. Targets of digital transnational oppression more generally are subject to a series of violations of the fundamental freedoms. This is despite the fact that they're now outside of the territorial borders of the country where you would expect them to be experiencing these types of violations. So, for example, violations of the right to freedom of opinion and expression, of the right to privacy, the right to freedom of peaceful assembly and association online and in person, and contributing to violations of the right to life, liberty, and security of the person. Surveillance, for example, may be used to identify where somebody is, kidnap them, detain them, or kill them. So these are some ways to think about how digital technologies are being used by authoritarian regimes to expand authoritarian practices beyond their borders and to curb and limit the individual rights of dissident activists abroad, or in terms of their individual sovereignty. So gaps in our international framework with a specific focus on international human rights law. So the transnational nature of this practice raises issues regarding international law, in particular international human rights law, and gaps that exist there. So I think it's a useful case study just to understand where the international system doesn't quite extend to and often to transnational spaces. This isn't something specific necessarily to digital transnational oppression. I think it's a theme that we're seeing over and over again. So as explained, digital transnational oppression entails violations of individual freedoms and rights and restricts individual sovereignty outside borders of the country of origin. It can be very hard to address through this international law framework. For example, the extraterritorial nature of these types of human rights harms raises issues to jurisdiction, the applicability of human rights treaties. Accountability for this practice is challenged by state immunity protections, for example, in the United States, where it makes it very difficult to bring actions against state or state-related actors from within the host state. There are also ongoing debates around whether transnational acts of cyber targeting and surveillance that fall below the threshold of the use of force give rise to violations of state sovereignty, which I think was discussed earlier this morning. And there also remains questions as to whether states perceive this type of activity as just being espionage and we just let it go. So in short, the framework of individual sovereignty and the protection of individual rights, I think leaves a lot to be desired in terms of providing an actionable framework to respond to this type of transnational repressive behavior. And there is a gap here that needs to be thought about and addressed. So I'll just close with a few thoughts about policy responses and try to bring us back to sovereignty again. So we have seen some states acknowledge that this is happening and try and react to it. The US, for example, is starting to track instances of transnational oppression and has issued a series of really interesting criminal indictments in regards to this practice. Sweden has criminalized information collection for the purpose of harassing or targeting diaspora, known as refugee espionage. But then it's sort of overall governments are slow and indecisive about the response to this activity. Responsibilities in government are often shared across many agencies and institutions when it comes to something as complex as this. And so it can impede a response. And I think the language of sovereignty, interestingly, has been relatively absent from this discussion. This is despite the fact that you would think that in some cases, for example, sending foreign state agents into the US without consent are clear violations of territorial norms of state sovereignty. The US has started to speak of this as an issue of sovereignty, sort of. If you look at the indictments with DOJ, but it's not particularly well elaborated. It's definitely not a front and center component of any state's response. So I think just to close off and leave time for discussion, I'll leave you with a question that brings us back to the theme of this conference. What is the role of state sovereignty in addressing these types of violations of individual sovereignty, both those that happen online and offline? Is sovereignty a rule that states simply rely to keep people out and use as an arbitrary and harsh tool of exclusion? Or does it play a role instead of protecting human rights defenders, activists, dissidents against such right violations and the reach of regimes that seek to exercise state violence outside their borders? And I'm going to try and solve that question now. So there's time for discussion. Thank you.
I see if I can bring Cynthia back here with me. Thank you all so much. So I guess before turning to audience questions, I just wanted to ask a question of everyone on the panel, or a handful of questions in one, which is it's really, to what extent the tools of digital repression differ between states that are acting domestically versus states that are acting extraterritorially. And to what extent do private companies really pave the way for the use of those tools? So who would like to take that first?
I'm happy to weigh in a little bit. Good. So first, I just want to say that and thank you to all of you. I have a lot of brain cells firing in different directions, and I'll try to collapse them into a coherent response. But I had a few thoughts, which is that I think in addition to the complications of sort of transnational digital repression and also sort of state-based digital repression, I want to just throw in there the additional complications of these tools often just being commercially available to private actors as well. And that we saw, for example, a Catholic newspaper target one of their priests and out them for using the Grindr app and having location data that placed him at a gay bar, for example, and used that as a wedge against that priest who had ticked somebody off somewhere. And that in addition to those sort of transnational complications and state-based and private actor-based, there is also increasingly, especially in the landscape that is forming around multiple issues, including abortion, including trans affirming healthcare, harm reduction, and legalized cannabis. There's many different sort of regionalization borders happening within the US. And I think increasingly we're going to additionally see sort of not transnational, but trans-state attempts at repression as states inside of the US, for example, try to force another state to extradite someone who's being accused of a crime related to pregnancy loss. And so I just wanted to add into that there's sort of like these additional intra-regional borders that are popping up in addition And that also includes borders that are happening, like within New York City, there's these new borders talked about for congestion pricing. And there's been, and of course, surveillance would occupy those borders so that cars going in and out would get charged. And as a result of the Supreme Court decision on gun rights, there's also talk about a Times Square focused gun-free zone that has 24-hour drone surveillance. And so yet another border within a border. So even within New York City, we see these like additional carve-outs of surveillance equipped invisible borders that are starting to happen in more and more ways. And I think that, yes, the private companies absolutely have a role to play in this, because when we research the processes of procurement, so how do these private companies come into the public sector, there's very little done. And I think there can be a lot more done at the moment of procurement to actually reorient private companies around the values within the public sector around transparency and accountability. And that there's work to do there. There's new ways. And for example, in criminal court, we began to see, when a software company was involved, we began to see those companies walk into courtrooms and make trade secret claims. Now, I never thought in a 1,000 years that I would, in the context of criminal court, have to learn intellectual property law. But there we are, because we're no longer just in a limited public sector space like that. We're in this new place where corporate values around corporate secrecy, for example, around competition, have started to begin to infect things like the due process of a criminal case. And so I absolutely think that private companies and their values and their common playbooks are becoming increasingly something that the public sector has to think about creatively to manage. And for example, I think procurement is a really opportune place that we can start to say, yes, like we will contract with tech vendors, but you have to realize, tech vendor entering the criminal justice space, that we have this thing called due process, and that transparency and accountability are values in the public space as well.
May I respond to that? I just think that those were excellent comments. And so I connect to what I was talking about. Oh, sorry. Let me do the comment. Okay. Yeah, so as Cynthia was saying, I think these were great comments. Domestic policies on how we sort of integrate and navigate technology in the US and Canada and in any country has a direct impact on, for example, how authoritarian regimes are able to use those same technologies. For example, the context I'm most familiar with is spyware, but that's a technology that gets exported, for example, from Europe, from the United States. There's zero public accountability for how, for example, US entities use that technology. It's hard to expect that authoritarian regimes or repressive regimes are going to be held to any higher standard than that. So I think that's really important. I do think I actually wrote a paper about this. I never thought I would ever hear someone else talk about procurement, so I'm very happy. But I think there is a room there to sort of, put in certain standards of accountability and transparency from the get-go, and that obviously facilitates public accountability. The way things are rolled out now, for example, when it comes to new surveillance technologies, is that companies use secret deals, technology gets used, and then a few years later you find out, oh wait, we've been subjected to this for the past few years and we have absolutely no idea, and it's incredibly intrusive. So I think something just change.
Christine, with the audience questions.
Happy just to weigh in with a thought. I think I agree with all the comments that I've heard. One thing that I've been thinking a lot about is that I think there's sort of sometimes there's a perception that when it comes to the use of repression tools, it's pretty static in the sense that it's repressive governments who are procuring them directly with private entities, and that it's fairly straightforward in terms of then the deployment and use of those tools. But what I think is interesting is that there are lots of actors. So when you get the private sector involved, when you get a commercial spyware company involved, for example, there's lots of ways that you can get government actors who can freelance beyond the official government actions and to use these tools as they would like to further their own personal political interests. And I think you see that, and even in some of the most recent spyware scandals, like in Greece and in Mexico, where it's not necessarily, one shouldn't necessarily assume that the actions you're seeing are official mandated actions of law enforcement agencies per se, as much as they are exploited by powerful politicians and leaders in places where they can leverage that power and where there's accessibility in terms of obtaining this equipment and then using it for personal political gain. And I think that's where, increasingly we're seeing this sort of democratization of general use technology, where it's not even just in the domain of sophisticated spyware companies anymore, although that certainly helps facilitate, I think, the continuing acceleration of digital repression. But I mean, across the board, as the technology becomes more ubiquitous, as the cost comes down, as the capabilities needed to deploy it are more widely spread, I think you have further instances where it's not just an official state function that allows for these technologies to be abused, but it is people, oftentimes in public office, but sometimes even not. I mean, I think there's actually growing instances where you see oligarchs, plutocrats, others who have the resources necessary, who can go onto the marketplace, obtain these tools, and then use them in ways that suppress citizen voice or suppress criticism that would otherwise affect their economic interests. And so I think the ecosystem is becoming increasingly muddied in that sense.
Anybody have any questions? So sorry to be that guy. Mine's not a question, it's more of a comment. But I think the other way that this surveillance and spyware issue plays into or maps onto the themes of this conference. I think one of the most interesting cases of the Pegasus leaks was Morocco, because it was one branch of government buying the spyware and using it against their head of state. And when you talk about, when I was talking in the keynote about how we don't, the ways in which we think of who the sovereign is in the state doesn't always map directly onto one-to-one. So like there are many monarchies, for example, where the titular head of state actually doesn't have that much practical power, or is a proxy for another site of power that is active elsewhere, whether it's the security state mechanism, the police mechanism. In many countries, in several countries in Africa, these training initiatives that happen between foreign militaries and local police services that actually create a center of power that operates independent from executive and legislative oversight, and then becomes this large market. The defense budget in Kenya is one line. Every other agency has to say, we spent this much on printing, we spent this much on this, we spent the defense budget, it's the second largest or third largest item after health and education. It just said, this is the money that we spent. So, I think there's something there also about how different power structures make things possible. And simply you were talking about abortion as well. American policy on abortion having these knock-on effects on reproductive rights and security rights of women in the global south, and how these map onto some of these pre-existing security issues. That's also something that we're contending with. And just really going back to the idea of in analyzing the impact of digital technologies on how state structures and how power is distributed in society, it might not always automatically map onto the way we think power is structured, and where who is spending the money and what they're spending money on. It might not look the way we think that it should look. It really could just be the police office. The NYPD spends more on foreign security than many governments. Like they're training soldiers in they're training police services in the rest of the world on a scale that many governments would not be able to do. So it's really thinking critically about our traditional ideas of where power resides in this new digital landscape. It's not always the way we thought it might. Thanks.
So I do have a concrete question about the spyware stuff, which is, what is the policy result? It's one thing to say there's how to regulate, and there's a lot of harm in it. It's another thing to tell us what to do next. David Kay, the special rapporteur, says we need a moratorium on the market. European Parliament puts out a report that says something in the middle. We need a moratorium on the market for now until we figure out solutions later. And then State Department is developing, both through the Center for Democracy as well as the Department for Democracy, Labor, and Human Rights, certain code of conduct for commercial spyware. So it would be helpful for me, given that you guys are experts on some of these issues. Where do you land in between or around or something?
Directed at me. That's great. Yeah. Yeah. I sense frustration. I also empathize with, I think, I mean, the good thing is over the past few years, this particular technology, very invasive, has received a lot of public attention. So I think there are emerging policy responses that have yet to be implemented. I mean, fortunately, we're talking about this, and not just spyware, like it dominates a lot of the conversation, but facial recognition technology, like the gamut. So I think it's good that these types of issues are in. In terms of policy responses going forward, I see the merit of the moratorium. I think practically speaking, it's pretty difficult to do something like that, although I think it's necessary. In terms of more specific responses, I think the complicated thing with, I don't know if this is just spyware, but I think technology in general, is there's no single, like, this is going to solve the problem, right? It's going to be a bunch of different things that get at it. And like it could be anything from for example, going back to Cynthia's point about procurement, I think that's one important point. I think we need to, public needs to understand this technology before it comes to the market. So this issue of moratorium doesn't have to sort of happen after the fact. We need to have a discussion and either say yes, no, yes, these limitations before it becomes before it's rolled out. So that's sort of one aspect. I mean, export control has often been discussed. But again, frustrating, we had this change in the recast, so the new regulation in the EU, like crickets, what's happening with that? And it's been, I think, I guess it's been enough time now that we should have more of a sense of how that's being implemented and whether we're successfully limiting exports of certain technology to spyware, all dual use spyware that all to authoritarian regimes. And then obviously going to use them in a way that permissible under international rights law. Yeah, I mean, I can keep going, but I think, I mean, there's also there's a role for litigation around this as well. I think it's interesting to see Apple and Apple and WhatsApp jumping into the fray. We'll see what the outcome is. It's difficult, especially because defendants in this context, if their spyware companies tend to be reluctant, or like litigation general, will stretch things on as long as possible and figure whether there's actually an outcome or whether there's just a settlement that nobody understands what's happening in the context of that. And yeah, and then I guess there's also sort of a dimension of, and sometimes I get in trouble for mentioning this, but I mean, it's not digital security, but sort of digital empowerment. So understanding, with waiting for moratorium to happen, waiting for these policies to happen, how can we protect ourselves as journalists, as human rights defenders, as activists? So it's also most likely to be targeted. I think it's an important part of the discussion as well. Yeah, and there's some really interesting comments like about funding and facilitating surveillance used by authoritarian regimes. Like, here's the tech, we're going to train you, now you deploy it. I mean, that stuff has to stop. Yeah, anyway, I could talk about this for a while, but I'll let others jump.
Cynthia, Steve, go ahead.
Yeah, no, I agree with everything as Sienna said. One thought that has kind of crossed my mind. I was reading, so there was a new draft report coming from the PEGA committee about spyware, and one idea that's raised in the report that I've been thinking a lot about this past week is the idea that you have supposedly strong regulations on paper that are easily exploitable and filled with loopholes, and it just sort of shows you that the law is only as useful as it is in terms of legal authorities being interested in enforcing it and not circumventing it. So for example, one of the things they mentioned in the report is the idea that you have certain countries in the EU, Cyprus, Bulgaria, and Greece in particular are named, who on paper have robust legal safeguards, including EU rules, but in practice, they're very lenient when it comes to granting spyware companies export licenses, and they've become a preferred destination for top Israeli surveillance companies. So they import different technologies. They are then able to kind of re-export those within the EU internal market without needing to have an additional license, because they've become the entry point or the gatekeepers for that market. And so, it's interesting because I would have assumed at first glance that while the EU isn't perfect, certainly it has a pretty tight set of regulations when it comes to that. But it shows you that even if you have a licensing requirement, if you have authorities who are willing to overlook those safeguards and to turn a blind eye, if not overtly abet that, then it does very little for you when it comes to actually having a regulatory regime in place that will prevent the proliferation of these tools. And so that's just something that, I think it's the report is publicly accessible. I understand it's still in draft, so further comments can but from my perspective, this kind of sheds a lot of light when it comes to the practice of democracies on an issue like this.
Thanks. Yeah, I'll just add, it seems like this is one instance in particular where the capabilities of the technology far outpace the capabilities of the regulatory bodies. It's even David Kay has said that it's kind of hard to imagine how an intrusive technology such as many of the spyware technologies that are on the market today could actually be brought into compliance with the international human rights law that requires some kind of proportionality in application of these technologies. It's great that regulators are actually now starting to make an effort on this front, but the tech itself is so powerful that it might be hard to rein in. Any other questions? Okay, thank you all so much.
All right, everyone. So I don't know about you, but it's pretty amazing actually, as we close in on the 4 o'clock hour, having been here for so long, how great content is, and then we are all still awake. Our next speaker, Marina Calderon, became a member of the European Parliament in 2019. She, prior to that, had a long and distinguished career in the Estonian Foreign Ministry, which she joined in 1990, before going on to the Fletcher School of Law and Diplomacy, where she got a master's. And full disclosure, we went to school there at the same time. Subsequently, she rose through the ranks of the Foreign Ministry, and if I'm remembering off the top of my head, she has been Estonia's ambassador to Canada, Mexico, Israel, Kazakhstan, Russia, and the United States, before finally becoming Estonia's foreign minister in 2015 and 2016. Along the way, and relevant to our coverage today, she developed a deep and abiding interest in international cybersecurity issues. On 2 occasions, she was Estonia's representative to the UN group of governmental experts, which has become kind of the forum for nation states to work on issues of information security or cybersecurity, depending on which side of the aisle you were on. She also chaired the Global Commission on Cyberspace, which was an effort originally launched by the Dutch government to bring together a multi-stakeholder group of experts to try and think about what the rules of the road should be for state behavior in this context and the ecosystem more broadly. Unfortunately, Marina had a family matter that kept her, a late evening family matter that kept her from being live with us. So I guess the trade-off is, instead of a 30-minute keynote live, we're going to have a 10-minute video presentation from her that I think we'll also be able to kind of include in the follow-on materials for this. So please join with me in watching this video, and following that, we're going to have our dean will hopefully be here to close us out for what I think has been just such a fascinating day.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Marina Kaljurand. I am the member of European Parliament and former Foreign Minister of Estonia. I would like to congratulate Temple Law Review Symposium and the Temple Institute for Law, Innovation and Technology for organizing today's timely and interesting discussion. I'm really sorry for not being able to join you in person and even live online, but I'm happy for having an opportunity to share with you some of my online recorded remarks. I would like to address the topic from national, regional and international levels. Digital revolution came to stay. Digital lifestyle should be a new normality, as it is in my country, Estonia, where we have had the luxury of experiencing the benefits of ICTs, as we call it e-lifestyle, for more than 30 years. I would argue that in Estonia, digitalization was never seen as a threat to sovereignty or a concept of nation state. On the contrary, it has brought a small country situated in the periphery of Europe with a population of 1.3 million to a global attention. First with Skype, then with paperless e-government and digital identity, followed by digital signatures that save us annually up to 2% of GDP, followed by thousands of other online services. Digitalization has given Estonia a strong voice and stance in shaping not only national, but also regional and global digital processes, including safe and secure cyberspace. And most importantly, use of ICTs has opened new opportunities to our people, civil society and other stakeholders. Digital lifestyle means also digital dependency, digital vulnerability, facing digital challenges and taking cybersecurity very seriously. But facing challenges should not stop and would not stop digital revolution. In 2007, Estonia was the first country in the world to fall under cyber attacks supported by another state for political reasons. By a state much bigger by territory, population and resources, but not by cyber capabilities. Reality is that size does not matter in online world as much as it matters in offline world. Estonia's resilience was proof tested and we learned valuable lessons, including first, the importance of having cybersecurity high on political agenda. Second, having a strong legal framework on national level. Third, importance of multi-stakeholder cooperation. And finally, importance of international cooperation on all levels, as cyber does not know borders. I would argue that for the rest of the world, the attacks of 2007 were a wake-up call. Today we can say that digital transformation has gone global, and I am proud that the EU plays a leading role in the process. I can witness it as a European, but also as the member of the European Parliament, working on several digital files, including digital identity, digital services, digital markets, data sharing and privacy. The EU digital agenda represents an ambitious program of reform to foster technological developments, boost a more sustainable economy and enable European citizens to secure their fundamental rights. EU is a supranational union of 27 member states that is keeping a delicate sovereignty balance between member states and the EU. However, the notion of European strategic sovereignty is increasingly important to debates about the European Union. According to the EU Institute for Security Studies, strategic sovereignty is a term that has emerged in a tumultuous international context. It seeks to encapsulate the idea that the EU needs to redouble its efforts to master technologies, manage critical supply, act in security and defense, and sustain multilateralism and partnerships. A number of concepts have been given life because of the deteriorating international scene, including European sovereignty, strategic autonomy, digital sovereignty, technological sovereignty, open strategic autonomy, and I can continue. When talking about digital sovereignty, there is a growing concern that the citizens, businesses, and member states of the EU are gradually losing control over their data, over their capacity for innovation, and over their ability to shape and enforce legislation in the digital environment. Against this background, support has been growing for a new policy approach designed to enhance Europe's strategic autonomy in the digital field. This would require the Union to update and adapt a number of its current legal, regulatory and financial instruments, and to promote more actively European values and principles in areas such as data protection, cybersecurity, and ethically designed artificial intelligence. COVID pandemic showed the essential role played by the high-tech sector in ensuring the continuity of social life, businesses and administrations, and has accelerated the reflection on the need for sovereign digital technologies. European Parliamentary Research Centre analysed digital sovereignty for the EU and concluded that building a secure pan-European data framework and adopting new standards and practices to provide trustworthy and controllable digital products and services would ensure a safer digital environment in line with the EU values and principles. Furthermore, in the competition and regulatory framework, a shift towards more defensive and prudential mechanisms, including new rules to address foreign state ownership and large tech companies' distortive practices, would seem desirable to achieve more technological autonomy. COVID pandemic also showed once again how ICT tools can be used for spreading disinformation. Unfortunately, this is nothing new. We have lived in an era of disinformation and information operations. We have already seen and experienced several attempts of interference into democratic processes, including elections. The Global Commission on the Stability of Cyberspace that I had the privilege to chair looked into attempts of hacking democracy and proposed in its final report a norm of protecting electoral infrastructure. The norm said that state and non-state actors must not pursue, support or allow cyber operations intended to disrupt the technical infrastructure essential to elections, referenda or plebiscite. The Commission argued that of all the rules, precepts and principles that guide the conduct of states in the Committee of Nations, the norm of non-interference is perhaps held most sacred. Article 2.4 of the UN Charter articulates this norm and elevates it as a principle of legal and thus binding character. All member states shall refrain in their international relations from the threat or use of force against territorial integrity or political independence of any state, or in any other manner inconsistent with the purposes of the UN. Through this provision, the framers of the Charter acknowledged that the gravest threats to the principle of non-intervention came from coercive measures directed at a state's physical or political autonomy, as indeed both are essential to state sovereignty. Moreover, nothing reflects genuine political independence more than national participatory processes such as elections conducted freely and fairly. The protection that UN Charter is supposed to have come to be challenged in the digital age. Experts have debated whether the type of cyber-related election interference recently seen amounts to an unlawful violation of sovereignty or an unlawful intervention. Whether or not a violation of international law has occurred, however, there is the clear possibility that malicious actors, acting alone, collectively, or on behalf of states, can manipulate elections through digital means. Such attacks are unacceptable, and stronger national measures, as well as international cooperation, is needed in order to prevent, mitigate, and respond to cyber intrusion in election. I would like to conclude on a personal note and recognize the extraordinary work that my dear friend and Fletcher course mate Duncan, or I should say Professor Hollis, is doing in the field of cyber and international law. Duncan, thank you for reaching out to me and giving me the opportunity to address the symposium today. I wish you all interesting, thought-provoking and inspiring discussions. Thank you.
We've come to the end of the day. It's time for one last celebratory set of remarks from our amazing Dean, Rachel Boucher. And then we're going to head to a reception here right for in person, and we'll conclude our online part of the program. Rachel, let me turn it over to you.
I'll be short because I know I'm standing in the way between you and refreshments. It's well-earned socialization. I'm trying a new look. No, I was hit with a bag in an elevator. It just hit me right in the right place. But that's not why we're here to talk about my physical disfigurement. I am here to say thank you. I'm here to say thank you for being part of this event. For participating. I'm here to say thank you to the amazing iLIT organizers, to our comms team that have helped put it together, to events, to the Law Review that has sponsored and made this event happen, to Professor Hollis, Professor Mera, and of course, to Laura Bingham, who is the beating heart of iLIT. So thank you, Laura. I was thinking a lot about the themes that animate this conversation, and particularly your session on non-state sovereignty. I'm someone who writes and thinks a lot about reproductive health, and we're at a moment in this country where the idea of individual sovereignty, privacy, bodily autonomy, those ideas, those principles are being redefined. At least in the context of reproductive health care. So what was never a discourse around digital privacy and digital footprint in the abortion regulation sphere is now a very live issue. Copious amounts being written, debated about how people's pregnant bodies can be surveilled, can be tracked. Google searches, pregnancy apps. And so this is a conversation that really hits home for some of the work that I've been doing, that my colleagues have been doing, but has so much connection to timely, important conversations happening across so many different fields. And I just want to commend you for thinking expansively about the question of sovereignty, both as an individual matter, as a matter of space, as a matter of state. Because Lord knows we need these conversations to help us figure out what lies ahead. And to that end, you know, you're not going to find an institute that has a more cutting edge mission than iLIT. And we are really delighted and proud of the newest member of the Temple Law community. We think that iLIT is doing work that in marshaling digital innovation and thinking about digital innovation and its role in global equity, in global justice, in ways that really are not being done other places. And we're very proud of that at Temple, and we're very happy to have iLIT call Temple Law home, especially Laura Bingham. So iLIT's potential is amazing, and I just, to the students out there, the way in which iLIT, I think, is adding to our students' legal education is also something really special through fellows, through experiential learning, shaping what's possible for our students, how they think of themselves as lawyers, what they think their future careers might look like. For those of you who are not students, I hope you've gotten a chance to talk to our students today because they are amazing. And I think that they are also really leading the innovative drive of iLIT. So with that, I'm going to stop. Thank you again, and thank you for letting me conclude this event. And please enjoy the reception that's just outside. Thank you all. Oh, and another shout out to Duncan. I can't follow that. Oh my goodness. Thank you all.